Greetings everyone, and thank you for joining me in this comprehensive video on AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner exam questions. I have meticulously compiled a set of 270 exam-like practice questions that closely resemble the content you will encounter in the AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner exam. If you are looking to get PDF version of these questions, then join the channel at Gold tier. My goal is not just to present questions. With each one, I'll provide detailed explanations and reasoning behind the correct answers, offering valuable insights into AWS concepts and services. I'll also provide you tips and tricks to eliminate incorrect choices, making it easier to clear your certification in first attempt. Before we jump into the questions, make sure you have your note-taking tools ready. Feel free to pause the video, take notes on key points, and engage with the material. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit that bell notification. As a friendly reminder, this is a 5.5 hour long video, so remember to take breaks regularly to keep yourself fresh and avoid exhaustion. Let's now delve into the realm of AWS Cloud Practitioner exam preparation.
A company is migrating to the AWS cloud instead of running its infrastructure on-premise. Which of the following are advantages of this migration? Choose two options. First one, elimination of the need to perform security auditing. Option B, increased global reach and agility. Option C, ability to deploy globally in minutes. Option D, elimination of the cost of IT staff members. Option E, redundancy by default for all compute services. So the right answer is option B and option C. Increased global reach and agility and ability to deploy globally in minutes. So in the below section, I have a link where you can go and read about 6 advantages of migrating to cloud computing. They are namely, you trade fixed expense for variable expense, benefit from massive economies of scale, stop guessing capacity, increased speed and agility, stop spending money running and maintaining data centers, and you have the ability to go global in minutes. Moving on to next question. A company needs significant cost savings for their non-interruptible workloads on AWS. Which EC2 instance pricing model should the company select? The options are dedicated hosts, reserved instances, spot instances, on-demand instances. So the right answer is option B. Amazon EC2 reserved instances provide a significant discount up to 72% compared to on-demand pricing and provide a capacity reservation when used in a specific availability zone. The reserve instances provide a discounted hourly rate and an optional capacity reservation for EC2 instances. AWS billing automatically applies your reserve instance discounted rate when attributes of EC2 instance users match attributes of an active reserved instance. If an availability zone is specified, EC2 reserves capacity matching the attributes of the reserve instance. Moving on to next question. Which component of the AWS global infrastructure is made of one or more discrete data centers that have redundant power, networking, and connectivity? The options are AWS region, availability zone, edge location, AWS outposts. So the right answer is option B. An availability zone is one or more discrete data centers with redundant power, networking, and connectivity in an AWS region. All AZs in an AWS region are interconnected with high bandwidth, low latency networking over fully redundant, dedicated metro fiber, providing high throughput, low latency networking between AZs. All traffic between AZs is encrypted. AZs are physically separated by a meaningful distance, many kilometers from any other AZ. although all are within 100 kilometers of each other. Moving on to the next question. What is the most cost-effective Amazon S3 storage tier for data that is not often accessed but requires high availability? So the options are Amazon S3 Standard, Amazon Glacier, Amazon S3 One Zone IA, Amazon S3 Standard IA. Before we go to the answers, let's see some of the keywords that are there in this question. So the first keyword is they are looking for a storage tier which belongs to S3. And they are looking for high availability. And it says we need a most cost effective option and the data is not accessed frequently. Now we will go with the theory of elimination here. We will eliminate the wrong answers first. So the first one is S3 standard. Even though S3 standard provides you high availability, but it is more costlier if we compare it with Amazon S3 One Zone IA. IA stands for infrequent access. Now, if so, A is not the right answer. Now, if we compare option C and option D, both are the infrequent access categories, but one of them is one zone and the other one is a standard. And here the requirement is to have high availability. So we will automatically reject option C because it doesn't offer high availability, being one zone. So now the option is between Amazon Glacier and Amazon S3 Standard infrequent access. Since the question says the data is not often accessed, but still it is accessed, whereas Amazon Glacier is used for data for archival purposes, which is very less accessed. So the right answer is option D, Amazon S3 Standard infrequent access. So going with the definition, S3 Standard infrequent access is for data that is accessed less frequently but requires rapid access when needed. This is the key point. If you go with Amazon Glacier, you don't get rapid access. Moving on to next question. A company wants to migrate a critical application to AWS. The application has a short runtime. The application is invoked by changes in data or by shift in system state. The company needs a compute solution that maximizes operational efficiency and minimizes the cost of running the application. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet these requirements? Amazon EC2 Spot instances, Amazon EC2 reserved instances, AWS Lambda, and Amazon EC2 on-demand instances. So the right answer is AWS Lambda. Now the keyword here is the company needs a compute solution that maximizes operational efficiency and minimizes the cost of running the application. So in this case, you need to look for any option which is serverless. And out of the 4 options, the only serverless option is AWS Lambda, which is an event-driven compute service that lets you run your code for virtually any type of application. And you can trigger Lambda from over 200 AWS services. Moving on to next question. Which AWS service or feature can a company use to determine which business unit is using specific AWS resources? The options are Amazon Inspector, cost allocation tags, key pairs, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the right answer is cost allocation tags. You can use tags to organize your resources and also to track your AWS cost on a detailed level. After you activate cost allocation tags, AWS uses these tags to organize your resource cost on your cost allocation report to make it easier for you to categorize and track your AWS costs. Moving on to next question. Which of the following tasks requires using AWS account root credentials? The options are A, changing the AWS support plan. B, starting and stopping Amazon EC2 instances. C, opening an AWS support case. D, viewing billing information. So the right answer is option A, changing the AWS support plan. You do not require root user credentials to perform your day-to-day activities in AWS, but there are certain tasks for which you require an AWS root credentials. Some of the tasks that require AWS root credentials are closing your AWS account, activate IAM access to the billing and cost management console, changing your account settings, register as a seller in the reserved instance marketplace, and so on. For more details, you can refer to the link which I have in the details section. Moving on to the next question. The ability to horizontally scale Amazon EC2 instances based on demand is an example of which concept? The options are economy of scale, high availability, disaster recovery, or elasticity. The right answer is option D, elasticity. Elasticity is the ability to acquire resources as you need them and release resources when you no longer need them. Moving on to the question number 9. Which statement is correct in relation to the AWS shared responsibility model? The options are AWS is responsible for encrypting customer data. Option B, AWS is responsible for the security of regions and availability zones. Option C, customers are responsible for the security of the cloud. Option D, customers are responsible for patching and fixing flaws within the infrastructure. So the right answer is option B. AWS is responsible for the security of regions and availability zone. AWS follows the concept of shared responsibility, where customer is responsible for security in the cloud, whereas AWS is responsible for security of the cloud. So you can refer to the diagram in my presentation for more details around what falls in security in the cloud option and what falls in the security of the cloud options. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following are architectural best practices for AWS cloud? You need to choose two options. Option 1, deploy into a single availability zone. Option 2, deploy into a multiple availability zone. Option 3, design for fault tolerance. Option D, close coupling. Option E, create monolithic architectures. So the right options are option B and option C. Basically, there are 6 pillars of the AWS well architecture framework, namely operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, cost optimization, and sustainability. Moving on to next question. An organization has an on-premise environment which they want to connect to their AWS environment. How can they achieve this hybrid cloud configuration which avoids using internet? The options are AWS managed VPN, AWS Direct Connect, AWS VPC Endpoint, AWS Site-to-Site VPN. The keyword here is they want to establish a connectivity between the on-premise environment and AWS, but they do not want to have that connectivity over internet. They are looking for something like a private connection. So the right answer is option B, AWS Direct Connect. AWS Direct Connect is a network service that provides an alternative to using the internet to utilize AWS cloud services. AWS Direct Connect enables customers to have low latency, secure, and private connection to AWS for workloads which require higher speed or lower latency than the internet. Moving on to next question. A company wants its workloads to be resilient, perform correctly, consistently, and recover from errors in a timely manner as part of its cloud architecture. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework are these requirements related to? The options are A, security, B, operational excellence, C, performance efficiency, D, reliability. So the right answer is option D. The reliability pillar encompasses the ability of a workload to perform its intended function correctly and consistently when it's expected to. There are 5 design principles for reliability in cloud. Automatically recover from failure, test recovery procedures, scale horizontally to increase aggregate workload availability, stop guessing capacity, manage change in automation. Next question. A company needs to simultaneously process hundreds of requests from different users. Which combination of AWS services should the company use to build an operationally efficient solution? The options are AWS Amplify and AWS AppSync, AWS Data Pipeline and Amazon EC2, Amazon SQS and AWS Lambda, Amazon Kinesis and Amazon Athena. So the right answer is option C, Amazon SQS and AWS Lambda. Moving on to question 14. What is the scope of a VPC within the AWS network? The options are A, VPC can span all availability zones within an AWS region. Option B, VPC can span all availability zones globally. Option C, VPC must span at least 2 subnets in each AWS region. Option D, VPC must span at least 2 edge locations in each AWS region. So the right answer is option A. Amazon VPC lets you provision a logical isolated section of the Amazon Web Services where you can launch AWS resources in a virtual network that you define. You have complete control over your virtual networking environment, including selection of your own IP address ranges, creation of subnets, and configuration of route tables and network gateways. You can also create a hardware virtual private network connection between your corporate data center and your VPC and leverage the AWS cloud as an extension of your corporate data center. You can refer to the FAQs link that I have in my video here. You will definitely have some questions on VPC in your exam. So it's highly recommended you go through the FAQs. Moving on to next question. What responsibility does a customer have when using Amazon RDS to host a database according to AWS shared responsibility model? The options are install Microsoft SQL Server, design encryption at rest strategies, manage connections to the database, apply minor database patches. So the right answer is option C. Moving on to the next question. What is the benefit of using fully managed services in AWS compared to deploying third-party software on EC2? The options are you don't need to back up your data, you have greater control and flexibility, improved security, reduced operational overhead. So the right answer is option D. Fully managed services reduce your operational overhead as AWS manage not just the infrastructure layer, but the service layer above it as well. One of the examples is Amazon Aurora Database. Moving on to the question number 17. Which AWS services are delivered globally and not regionally? You need to choose two. The options are Amazon Route 53, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon VPC, Amazon EC2, Amazon RDS. So the right answers are option A and B. Amazon services process and store customer content in the AWS region where the services are used by the customer, except as otherwise specified. Global services, AWS IAM, Identity and Access Management, AWS Organizations, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon Route 53, AWS Global Accelerator, AWS Direct Connect, AWS Firewall Manager, AWS WAF, and AWS Shield may store and process data globally. Moving on to question 18. Which AWS service is used to enable multi-factor authentication? The options are AWS IAM, Amazon EC2, AWS IAM, and AWS KMS. So the right answer is AWS IAM. AWS multi-factor authentication is an AWS identity and access management best practice that requires a second authentication factor in addition to username and password sign-in credentials. You can enable MFA at the AWS account level, and for root and IAM users you have created in your account. Moving on to question 19. What is the most secure method when storing passwords on AWS? Your options are store passwords as AWS CloudFormation parameters, store passwords in AWS Secrets Manager, store passwords in an Amazon S3 bucket, store passwords in AWS KMS. The right answer is option B. AWS Secret Manager helps you manage, retrieve, and rotate database credentials, API keys, and other secrets throughout their lifecycle. You can refer to this link if you want to learn more about Secrets Manager. Note, AWS KMS management lets you create, manage, and control cryptographic keys and not the user credentials. Moving on to next question. An organization is migrating its application from on-premise SQL Server to AWS. As part of the migration, the company wants to reduce operational overhead, but does not want to refactor the application. Which database service would most effectively support these requirements? The options are A. Amazon Redshift, B. Microsoft SQL Server on Amazon EC2, C. Amazon DynamoDB, D. Amazon RDS for SQL Server. So the right answer is option D. Amazon RDS for SQL Server is a managed service that is designed for developers who require the features and capabilities of SQL Server for building a new application. You can also move existing applications that utilize SQL Server to Amazon RDS without having to rewrite the application completely. Which of the following are the responsibilities of a company that is using AWS Lambda? Choose two options. The options are selection of CPU resources, patching of operating system, security of their code, security of underlying infrastructure, writing and updating of their code. So the right options are option C and option E, security of their code and writing and updating of their code. When customers use AWS Lambda, AWS manages the underlying infrastructure and foundational services, the operating system and the application platform. Customers themselves are responsible for the security of their code, the storage and accessibility of the sensitive data, and the identity and access management to the Lambda service and within their function. Moving on to next question. Which of the following are the components of AWS site-to-site VPN connection? Choose two options. The options are Virtual Private Gateway, AWS Storage Gateway, Internet Gateway, Customer Gateway, and NAT Gateway. The right answers are option A and option D. A site-to-site VPN connection offers two VPN tunnels between a virtual private gateway or a transit gateway on the AWS side and a customer gateway, which represents a VPN device on the remote on-premise side. You can refer to the link on your screen to understand AWS site-to-site VPN connection. This link can also be found in the description section of this video. Moving on to next question. Which storage type can be mounted using the NFS protocol to many EC2 instances simultaneously? The options are Amazon EBS, Amazon Instance Store, Amazon EFS, Amazon S3. So the right answer is option C, Amazon EFS. EFS is a file storage service for use with Amazon Compute, EC2, containers, and serverless, and on-premise servers. EFS provides the file system interface, file system access semantics such as strong consistency and file logging, and concurrently accessible storage for up to thousands of EC2 instances. EFS uses the Network File System version 4, NFS version 4 protocol. Moving on to next question, question number 24. Which AWS service or feature acts as a firewall for Amazon EC2 instances? The options are Security Group, Network ACL, Amazon VPC, and Elastic Network Interface. So the right answer is option A. A security group acts as a virtual firewall for your EC2 instances to control incoming and outgoing traffic. Inbound rules control the incoming traffic to your instance, and outbound rules control the outgoing traffic from your instance. Moving on to next question. A system engineer discovers that Amazon EC2 instances have been terminated. Which AWS service should the system engineer use to identify the user or API call that terminated these instances? Your options are A. Amazon Inspector, B. AWS Trusted Advisor, C. AWS CloudTrail, D. AWS Artifact. So the right answer is option C. AWS CloudTrail is an AWS service that helps you enable operational and risk auditing, governance, and compliance of your AWS account. Actions taken by a user, role, or an AWS service are recorded as events in CloudTrail. Moving on to next question. Which AWS service will help protect applications running on AWS against DDoS attacks? Your options are Amazon Inspector, AWS Shield, AWS WAF, and Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer is option B, AWS Shield. AWS Shield is a managed DDoS protection service that safeguards applications running on AWS. It provides dynamic detection and automatic inline mitigations that minimize application downtime and latency. So there is no need to engage AWS service support to benefit from DDoS protection. There are two tiers of AWS Shield, standard and advanced. Moving on to question number 27. Company has a single Amazon EC2 instance. The company wants to adopt a highly available architecture. What can the company do to meet these requirements? Your options are option A, purchase an EC2 dedicated instance. Option B, change the EC2 instance family to a compute optimized instance. Option C, scale horizontally across multiple availability zones. Option D, scale vertically to a large EC2 instance size. So the right answer is option C. Horizontal scaling, commonly referred to as scale out, is the capability to automatically add systems or instances in a distributed manner in order to handle an increase in load. Examples of this increase in load could be the increase of number of sessions to a web application. With horizontal scaling, the load is distributed across multiple instances. By distributing these instances across availability zones, horizontal scaling not only increases performance, but also provides and improves the overall reliability of the application. Moving on to next question. AWS has the ability to achieve lower pay-as-you-go pricing by aggregating usage across hundreds of thousands of users. This describes which advantage of the AWS cloud. Your options are option A, no guessing about compute capacity. Option B, massive economies of scale. Option C, increased speed and agility. Option D, go global in minutes. So the right answer is option B. By using cloud computing, you can achieve a lower variable cost than you can get on your own. Because usage from thousands of customers is aggregated in the cloud, Providers such as AWS can achieve higher economies of scale, which translates into lower pay-as-you-go prices. Moving on to next question. A company's on-premise application deployment cycle was 3 to 4 weeks. The company can deploy the application in 2 to 3 days after migrating to AWS Cloud. Which benefit has the company leveraged by moving to AWS Cloud? Your options are option A, agility, option B, resilience, option C, elasticity, option D, flexibility. So the right answer is option A, agility. Moving on to question number 30. Which AWS service can be used to track configuration history of your AWS resources? Your options are A, AWS Service Catalog, B, Amazon Guard Duty, C, AWS Artifact, D, AWS Config. So the right answer is option D. AWS Config records details of changes to your AWS resources to provide you with a configuration history. You can use the AWS Management Console, API, or CLI to obtain details of what a resource configuration looked like at any point in the past. Moving on to next question. Which of the following security-related activities are the responsibility of AWS customers? Choose two options. Your options are securely dispose faulty disk drives, installing patches on the network infrastructure, implementing IAM user password policies, installing patches on the guest operating system, implementing data center access controls. So the right options are option C and option D. Implementing IAM user password policies and installing patches on the guest operating system. You need to remember that customer is responsible for the security in the cloud and AWS is responsible for security of the cloud. You will most likely get a question around this in your exam. Moving on to question number 32. Which of the following is one of the major benefits of using elastic compute over your traditional on-premise physical servers? Your options are you can choose the hardware vendor, you get root access to the server, you only pay for what you use, you have the ability of automated backups. So the right answer is option C. You only pay for what you use. The traditional on-premise approach prioritizes capital expenditure, also called as CapEx, whereas cloud economies favor operational expenditure, also called as OpEx. Moving on to next question. Your web application is currently hosted in the US West region in AWS. You need to ensure users all across the world get a seamless user experience when accessing the application. Which of the following service can help achieve this? Your options are AWS CloudTrail, AWS Route 53, AWS Elastic Load Balancer, and AWS CloudFront. So the right answer is option D, AWS CloudFront. Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service built for high performance, security, and developer convenience. To deliver content to end users with low latency, Amazon CloudFront uses a global network of 450 plus points of presence and 13 regional edge caches in 90 plus cities across 48 countries currently. If you would like to read more about AWS CloudFront, please go to this link, which is also mentioned in the description section of this video for your reference. Moving on to question 34. Which of the following are features of network ACL in AWS Cloud? You need to choose two answers. Your options are: they operate at the instance level, they evaluate all rules before allowing traffic, they are stateless, they process rules in order, starting with lowest numbered rule when deciding whether to allow traffic, they are stateful. So the right answers are option C and option D. Network ACLs are stateless, which means that responses to allowed inbound traffic are subject to the rules for outbound traffic and vice versa. Rules are evaluated starting with the lowest numbered rule. As soon as a rule matches traffic, it's applied, regardless of any higher numbered rule that might contradict it. A network ACL has inbound rules and outbound rules. Each rule can either allow or deny traffic. Moving on to next question. A company wants to run production workloads on AWS. The company needs concierge service, a designated AWS TAM, and technical support that is available 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Which support plan will meet these requirements? Your options are basic support, developer support, business support, and enterprise support. So the right answer is option D, enterprise support. AWS Enterprise Support provides you with concierge-like service where the main focus is helping you achieve your outcomes and find success in the cloud. With enterprise support, you get 24/7 technical support from highly quality engineers, tools and technology to automatically manage health of your environment, consultative architectural guidance delivered in the context of your application and use cases, and a designated technical account manager, TAM, to coordinate access to proactive and preventive programs, and AWS subject matter experts. You will definitely get some questions on the types of support in AWS. So please go through this link in my description section of this video to understand it in a better way. Moving on to question number 36. A company is planning to store their archives in AWS. Which of the following storage mechanism provided by AWS would provide an ideal and cost-effective storage option for storing the archive data? Your options are Amazon S3 Glacier, Amazon S3 Standard, Amazon EBS Snapshots, Amazon EBS Volumes. So the right answer is option A, Amazon S3 Glacier. Amazon S3 Glacier storage classes are purpose-built for data archiving, providing you with high performance, most retrieval flexibility, and the lowest cost archive storage in the cloud. All S3 Glacier storage classes provide virtually unlimited scalability and are designed for 99.11 nines of data durability. Whenever there is a mention of archive storage in AWS, then you should start thinking about S3 Glacier. You can also get some questions where you might have to choose between different classes of S3 Glacier storage. So I would highly recommend to go through the different Amazon S3 Glacier storage classes. Moving on to question 37. A company wants to have access to scalable, highly reliable, and fully managed file storage that runs on the server message block protocol. Which AWS service will meet these requirements? Your options are option A, Amazon S3, Option B, Amazon EFS. Option C, Amazon EBS. Option D, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. So the right answer is option D, Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. It makes it easy for you to launch and scale reliable, performant, and secure shared file storage for your applications and end users. With Amazon FSx, you can launch highly durable and available file systems that can span multiple availability zones and can be accessed from up to thousands of compute instances using the industry standard server message block protocol, which is also called as SMB protocol. Moving on to question 38. A company wants to improve the overall availability and performance of its application that are hosted on AWS. Which AWS service should the company use? Your options are option A, Amazon Connect, option B, AWS Global Accelerator, option C, Amazon Lightsail, option D, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer is option B, AWS Global Accelerator. It is a network service that helps you improve the availability, performance, and security of your public applications. Global Accelerator provides two global static public IPs that act as a fixed entry point to your application endpoints, such as application load balancers, NLBs, Amazon EC2 instances, and Elastic IPs. Moving on to next question. You have been running an on-demand EC2 Linux instance for 8 hours, 9 minutes, and 17 seconds. How much time will you be billed for? Your options are option A, 9 hours, option B, 8 hours, option C, 8 hours and 10 minutes, option D, 8 hours, 9 minutes, and 17 seconds. So the right answer is option D, 8 hours, 9 minutes, and 17 seconds. EC2 usage is built in 1 second increments with a minimum of 60 seconds. Per second billing is available for instances launched in on-demand, savings plan, reserve, and spot instances. All regions and availability zones, and the instance type can be Amazon Linux, Windows, and Ubuntu. So if this question was twisted a bit and it said the instance was running for 59 seconds, then you would have been billed for 60 seconds because the minimum is 60 seconds. But if you go above 60 seconds, then it's on 1 second increments. So the right answer is 8 hours, 9 minutes, and 17 seconds. Moving on to next question. A company has many multiple business units using the same AWS service to manage their different applications. Which AWS service or tool can the company use to receive volume discounts across multiple AWS accounts? Your options are option A, AWS Budgets, option B, Cost Explorer, option C, AWS Organizations, option D, AWS Cost and Usage Report. So the right answer is option C, AWS Organizations. You can use the consolidated billing feature in AWS Organizations to consolidate billing and payment for multiple AWS accounts. You can combine the usage across all accounts in the organization to share the volume pricing discounts, reserve instance discounts, and savings plans. This can result in a lower charge for your project, department. Question 41. Your application is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances. CPU and RAM requirements of the application rapidly change when batch jobs execute. Which AWS service can be used to dynamically adjust those resources based on demand? Your options are Amazon Route 53, EC2 auto scaling, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Elastic Load Balancing. So the right answer is option B, EC2 auto scaling. Amazon EC2 auto scaling helps you maintain application availability and lets you automatically add or remove EC2 instances using scaling policies that you define. Dynamic or predictive scaling policies let you add or remove EC2 instance capacity to service established or real-time demand patterns. Cloud Practitioner exam can have questions where you will have to identify which type of scaling among the different options is best suited for the requirement. So go through the type of auto scaling in the link on your screen. There will be questions related to type of auto scaling further in this series as well. Moving on to next question. A company has a 3-tier application hosted in AWS. The architecture consists of a web application and database tier. Which of the following AWS services can be used to monitor this architecture? Your options are A, AWS CloudWatch, B, VPC Flow Logs, C, S3 Bucket Logs, D, AWS SQS. So the right answer is option A. Amazon CloudWatch collects and visualizes real-time logs, metrics, and event data in automated dashboards to streamline your infrastructure and application maintenance. It allows you to collect and store logs in near real time. Question number 43. Which AWS security service can be used to detect users' personal credit card numbers from data stored in a S3 bucket? Your options are Amazon Macie, AWS Shield, Amazon Inspector, Amazon Guard Duty. So the right answer is option A, Amazon Macie. It is a data security service that uses machine learning and pattern matching to discover and help protect your sensitive data. Amazon Macie continually evaluates your Amazon S3 environment and provides a summary of your data security posture across all of your accounts. You can search, filter, and sort S3 buckets by metadata variables, such as bucket names, tags, and security controls like encryption status or public accessibility. Moving on to next question. A customer requires a dedicated technical account manager to support them during critical issues regarding various AWS services. Which support plan should they purchase? Your options are basic support, developer support, business support, and enterprise support. The right answer is option D, enterprise support. A technical account manager is your designated technical point of contact who helps you onboard, provide advocacy, and guidance to help plan and build solutions using best practices. Coordinates access to subject matter experts, assists with case management, presents insights and recommendations on your AWS spend, workload optimization, and event management, and proactively keeps your AWS environment healthy. You get a designated technical account manager with enterprise support. Question number 45. A web administrator maintains several public and private web-based resources for an organization. Which AWS service can they use to keep track of the expiry dates of SSL certificates as well as updating and renewal? Your options are AWS Firewall Manager, AWS License Manager, AWS Data Lifecycle Manager, and AWS Certificate Manager. So the right option is option D, AWS Certificate Manager. AWS Certificate Manager can be used to provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL certificates for use with AWS services. and your internal connected resources as well. ACM removes the time-consuming manual process of purchasing, uploading, and renewing SSL certificates. You can browse to the below URL to understand more about Certificate Manager. Moving on to next question. Your company wants to move an existing Oracle database to the AWS cloud. Which of the following services can help facilitate this move? Your options are AWS Database Migration Service, AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Guard Duty, AWS Inspector. So the right answer is AWS Database Migration Service. It is a managed migration and replication service that helps move your database and analytics workloads to AWS quickly, securely, and with minimal downtime and zero data loss. AWS DMS supports migration between 20 plus databases and analytics engines. Moving on to question number 47. A large enterprise with multiple VPCs in several AWS regions around the world needs to connect and centrally manage network connectivity between its VPCs. Which AWS service or feature meets these requirements? Your options are A. AWS Direct Connect, B. AWS Transit Gateway, C. VPC endpoints, D. AWS Site-to-Site VPN. So the right answer is AWS Transit Gateway. AWS Transit Gateway enables customers to connect thousands of VPCs. You can attach all your hybrid connectivity, that is VPS and direct connect connections, to a single transit gateway instance, consolidating and controlling your organization's entire AWS routing configuration in one place. Moving on to question number 48. A company is launching an application in AWS Cloud. The application will use Amazon S3 storage, and a large team of researchers will have shared access to the data. The company must be able to recover data that is accidentally overwritten or deleted. Which AWS feature can the company use to meet this requirement? Your options are A. S3 lifecycle configuration, B. Encryption at rest, C. S3 versioning, D. Encryption in transit. So the right answer is option C, S3 versioning. Versioning in Amazon S3 is a means of keeping multiple variants of an object in the same bucket. You can use the S3 versioning feature to preserve, retrieve, and restore every version of every object stored in your buckets. With versioning, you can recover more easily from both unintended user actions and application failures. Moving on to question 49. Which AWS service or feature can assist with protecting a website that is hosted outside of AWS? Your options are Amazon VPC route tables, Amazon VPC security groups, AWS Web Application Firewall, Amazon VPC Network ACL. So the right answer is option C. Amazon WAF can be used to protect on-premise resources if they are deployed behind an application load balancer, and AWS WAF is integrated with Amazon CloudFront, which supports custom origins outside of AWS. Moving on to question 50. Which AWS feature can be used to launch a pre-configured Amazon EC2 instance? Your options are Amazon Elastic Block Store, EBS, Amazon EC2 System Manager, Amazon AppStream 2.0, Amazon Machine Image, AMI. So the right answer is option D, AMI. It provides the information required to launch an instance. You must specify an AMI when you launch an instance. You can launch multiple instances from a single AMI when you require multiple instances with the same configuration. You can launch an instance from an AMI provided by AWS, customize the instance, for example, install software on the instance, and then save this update configuration as a custom AMI. Instances launched from this new custom AMI include the customizations that you made when you created the AMI. Moving on to question 51. Which of the following needs to be included in total cost of ownership TCO analysis? Choose two options. Your options are A, data center security costs, B, application development, C, hardware acquisition, D, IT manager salary, E, company-wide marketing. So the right answers are A and C, data center security costs and hardware acquisition. Consider the following elements affecting cost while calculating TCO: data center facilities, hardware and infrastructure, software, disaster recovery, and security. Moving on to question 52. A company needs to install an application in a Docker container. Which AWS service eliminates the need to provision and manage container hosts? Your options are Amazon EC2, Amazon Elastic Container Services, ECS, AWS Fargate, and Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. So the correct answer is option C, AWS Fargate. It is a serverless compute engine for containers that works with both Amazon ECS and Amazon EKS. AWS Fargate makes it easy to focus on building your applications. Fargate eliminates the need to provision and manage servers, lets you specify and pay for resources per application, and improves security through application isolation by design. Moving on to next question. A company wants to have up-to-date information on the AWS service availability. Where can they find this information? Your options are Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Service Health Dashboard, AWS Control Tower, AWS Personal Health Dashboard. The correct answer is option B, AWS Service Health Dashboard. You can use the AWS Health Dashboard Service Health to view the health of all AWS services. This page shows reported service events for services across AWS regions. You don't need to sign in or have an AWS account to access the AWS Health Dashboard Service Health page. Moving on to question 54. The developers in a large organization wants to use an IDE to run, test, and debug code for Lambda functions. Which AWS service is the most appropriate? Your options are Amazon SDK, AWS Cloud9, AWS Code Commit, and AWS Code Deploy. The correct answer is option B, AWS Cloud9. It is a cloud-based integrated development environment that lets you write, run, and debug your code with just a browser. It includes the code editor, debugger, and terminal. Cloud9 comes pre-packaged with essential tools for popular programming languages, including JavaScript, Python, PHP, and more. so you don't need to install files or configure your development machine to start new projects. Since your Cloud9 IDE is cloud-based, you can work on your projects from your office, home, or anywhere using an internet-connected machine. Moving on to question 55. A group of non-tech friends are looking to set up a website for an upcoming event at a cost-effective price with a friendly interface. Which AWS service is the most appropriate to use? Your options are: option A, use AWS Lightsail; option B, use AWS Marketplace to install a ready-made WordPress AMI; option C, download a pre-configured website on EC2 instance from a third-party website; option D, use a pre-configured customizable Apache web server on an EC2 instance. So the correct answer is option A, use AWS Lightsail. AWS Lightsail can be used to build a website in just a few clicks with pre-configured applications like WordPress, Magento, Prestat Shop, and Joomla. Lightsail automatically configures networking, access, and security environments, taking the guesswork out of launching your server. You can also install additional softwares on your instance by using the in-browser SSH or your own SSH client. You can refer to the link on your screen to read more about AWS Lightsail. Moving on to question number 56. Service control policies, SCPs, manage permission for which of the following? Your options are AWS organization, edge locations, AWS regions, availability zones. The correct answer is option A, AWS organization. Service control policies are a type of organization policy that you can use to manage permissions in your organization. SCPs offer central control over the maximum available permissions for all accounts in your organization. SCPs help you to ensure your accounts stay within your organization's access control guidelines. SCPs don't affect user or roles in the management account. They affect only the member accounts in your organization. Moving on to question 57. A company wants to convert audio and video files from their source format into a format that will play on smartphones, tablets, and web browsers. Which AWS service can be used to meet these requirements? Your options are A, Amazon Recognition; B, Amazon Comprehend; C, AWS Glue; D, Amazon Elastic Transcoder. So the correct answer is option D, Amazon Elastic Transcoder. It is media transcoding in the cloud. It is designed to be a highly scalable, easy to use, and a cost-effective way for developers and businesses to convert media files from their source format into versions that will play back on devices like smartphones, tablets, and PCs. Moving on to question 58. Which AWS service supports a hybrid architecture that gives users the ability to extend AWS infrastructure, AWS services, APIs, and tools to data centers, co-location environments, or on-premise facilities? Your options are A, AWS Fargate; B, AWS Local Zones; C, AWS Outposts; D, AWS Snowmobile. So the correct answer is option C, AWS Outposts. AWS Outpost is a family of fully managed solutions delivering AWS infrastructure and services to virtually any on-premise or edge location for a truly consistent hybrid experience. With AWS Outposts, you can run some AWS services locally and connect to a broad range of services available in the local AWS region. Run applications and workloads on-premise using familiar AWS services, tools, and APIs. Outposts support workload and device requiring low latency access to on-premise systems, local data processing, data residency, and application migration with local system interdependencies. Moving on to question 59. Which AWS service lets you convert text into speech? Your options are Amazon Kendra, Amazon Polly, Amazon Connect, Amazon Recognition. Correct answer is option B, Amazon Polly. It uses deep learning technologies to synthesize natural sounding human speech. So you can convert articles to speech, which with dozens of lifelike voices across a broad set of languages, use Amazon Polly to build speech activated applications. Amazon Polly provides an API that enables you to quickly integrate speech synthesis into your application. Moving on to question 60. Which AWS service or tool can be used to capture information about inbound and outbound traffic in an Amazon VPC? Your options are VPC Flow Logs, Amazon Inspector, NAT Gateway, VPC Endpoint Services. So the correct answer is option A, VPC Flow Logs. VPC Flow Logs is a feature that enables you to capture information about the IP traffic going to and from network interfaces in your VPC. Flow log data can be published to the following locations: Amazon CloudWatch Logs, Amazon S3, or Amazon Kinesis Data Firehouse. You can create a flow log for a VPC, a subnet, or a network interface. If you create a flow log for a subnet or VPC, each network interface in that subnet or VPC is monitored. Which AWS service provides a managed software version control system? Your options are AWS Data Sync, AWS Code Pipeline, AWS Code Commit, and Amazon Code Deploy. So the right answer is option C, AWS Code Commit. AWS Code Commit is a secure, highly scalable, fully managed source control service that hosts private Git repositories. You simply create a repository to store your code. There is no hardware to provision and scale or software to install, configure, and operate. Code Commit helps you collaborate on code with pull requests, branching, and merging. You can implement workflows that include code reviews and feedbacks by default, and control who can make changes to specific branches, also called as branch protection. You can refer to the link on my description page to understand more about Code Commit on the AWS official website. Question number 62. Which of the following AWS service can be used to provide root storage volumes to Amazon EC2 instances? Your options are Amazon EBS, Amazon EFS, Amazon S3, Amazon Machine Image. So the right answer is option A, Amazon EBS. You can launch an EC2 instance from either an instance store backed AMI or an Amazon EBS backed AMI. The major difference between the two types being any data on the instance store volume persists as long as the instance is running, but this data is deleted when the instance is terminated. Whereas an Amazon EBS backed instance can be stopped and later restarted without affecting data stored in the attached volumes. Question number 63. An IAM user must be granted access to an Amazon S3 bucket using a bucket policy. Which element in the S3 bucket policy should be updated to define the user account for which access will be granted? Your options are option A, condition, option B, action, option C, resource, option D, principal. So the right answer is option D, principal. You can use the principal element in a resource-based JSON policy to specify the principal that is allowed or denied access to a resource. You can specify any of the principals in the policy, including AWS account, root user, IAM roles, IAM users, and AWS services. Moving on to question 64. In which situations should a company create an IAM user instance instead of an IAM role? You have to choose two options. Option A, when users are authenticated in the corporate network and want to be able to use AWS without having to sign in a second time. Option B, when an application that runs on Amazon EC2 instances requires access to other services. Option C, when the company needs to add users to IAM groups. Option D, when the company creates AWS access credentials for individuals. Option E, when the company creates an application that runs on a mobile phone that makes requests to AWS. So the right answers are option C and option D. Moving on to next question. Which of the following is the best practice for managing AWS IAM access keys? Your options are: there is no need to manage access keys, AWS rotates access keys on a schedule, use IAM roles instead of access keys, customers should rotate the keys regularly. So the right answer is option D. Access keys give IAM user the ability to connect to Amazon EC2 instances. Therefore, rotating these keys regularly, for example, every 90 days, is one of the key steps in protecting your resources from unauthorized access. Moving on to next question. A cloud engineer expects an increase in application traffic at a particular time when the application go live is planned. How can the cloud engineer ensure Amazon EC2 autoscaling allocates the desired number of EC2 instances ahead of go live? Your options are: configure a scheduled scaling policy, configure a target tracking scaling policy, configure a step scaling policy, configure predictive scaling. So the right answer is option A, configure a scheduled scaling policy. Scheduled scaling helps you to set up your own scaling schedule according to predictable load changes. For example, let's say that every week the traffic to your web application starts to increase on Wednesday, remains high on Thursday, and starts to decrease on Friday. You can configure a schedule for Amazon EC2 autoscaling to increase capacity on Wednesday and decrease capacity on Friday. There will be some questions on different types of scaling where you'll have different scenarios and you'll have to identify which type of scaling is applicable to this scenario. So please go through the types of scaling. Moving on to question number 67. Which AWS service can be used to host a static website? Your options are Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon Route 53, Amazon S3. So the right answer is option D, Amazon S3. You can use Amazon S3 to host a static website. On a static website, individual web pages include static content. They might also contain client-side scripts. You can refer to these links to understand more on how to host a static website on Amazon S3. Moving on to next question. Which of the following are recommended security measures when creating access to an AWS account? You need to choose two options. Your options are enable multi-factor authentication, grant admin privilege access, enable cloud trail logs, grant least privilege access. So the right options are option A and option D. You can refer to the link for more details around the IAM best practices. Moving on to next question. Amazon EC2 web servers connect to a traditional application operating in a corporate data center. Which phrase would be appropriate to describe this model? Your options are cloud native, hybrid architecture, partner network, infrastructure as a service. So the right answer is option B, hybrid architecture. And hybrid cloud architecture is the combination of public and private clouds by a wide area network or broadband connection, through which applications and data can be shared and which can be managed as a single IT architecture. Hybrid cloud architecture is well suited to fluctuations in demand for computing resources since it enables businesses to scale from on-premise to public cloud based to meet the increased demand, and scale back from the public cloud to on-premise, also called as private cloud, only once demand recedes. Moving on to question number 70. A cloud engineer is required to retain data for 7 years in order to comply with regulatory standards. Which AWS service meets this need for the least amount of money? Your options are option A, Amazon S3, option B, AWS Snowball, option C, Amazon Redshift, option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. So the right answer is option D, Amazon S3 Glacier. The Glacier Deep Archive storage class is designed to provide durable and secure long-term storage for large amounts of data at a price that is competitive with off-premises tape archival services. Data is stored across 3 or more availability zones, and it provides 2 retrieval options ranging from 12 to 48 hours. It is designed for customers, particularly those in the financial services, healthcare, media, and entertainment public sector, that retain datasets for 7 to 10 years or longer to meet customer needs and regulatory compliance requirements. Moving on to question 71. Which of the following should be provided by users to utilize the AWS CLI? Your options are certificate, password, access and secret key, and API key. So the right answer is option C, access and secret key. You can refer to this link on the screen to understand more about AWS CLI in detail and how it is configured. I will also be creating videos in future on this topic, so stay tuned. Question number 72. Which of the following statements most accurately characterize elastic load balancing? Your options are option A, it collects metrics of connected Amazon EC2 instances. Option B, it distributes incoming application traffic across one or more Amazon EC2 instances. Option C, it translates a domain name into an IP address using DNS. Option D, it automatically adjusts the number of Amazon EC2 instances to support incoming traffic. So the right answer is option B. Elastic load balancing, ELB, automatically distributes incoming application traffic across multiple targets and virtual appliances in one or more availability zones. ELB supports four types of load balancers. You can select the appropriate load balancer based on your application needs. If you need to load balance HTTP requests, you can use the application load balancer, also called as ALP. For network or traffic protocols operating at layer 4, that is TCP and UDP load balancing. And for extreme performance, low latency applications, you can use network load balancer. If your application is built with the Amazon EC2 Classic network, you can use Classic Load Balancer, which is getting deprecated very soon. If you need to deploy and run third-party virtual appliances, you can use Gateway Load Balancer. Moving on to next question. A corporation is developing a mobile application to give its clients with shopping suggestions. The business intends to include a graph database into the shopping recommendation engine. Which AWS database service should the business use? Your options are option A, Amazon Neptune, option B, Amazon Document DB, option C, Amazon Aurora, option D, Amazon DynamoDB. So the correct answer is option A, Amazon Neptune. It is a fully managed database service built for the cloud that makes it easier to build and run graph applications. Neptune provides built-in security, continuous backups, serverless compute, and integrations with other AWS services. Moving on to question 74. Which DynamoDB feature can be used to reduce the latency of requests to a database from milliseconds to microseconds? Your options are DynamoDB Accelerator, Read Replica, Memcache, Multi-AZ deployment. So the right answer is option A, DynamoDB Accelerator, also called as DAX. It is a fully managed, highly available in-memory cache for Amazon DynamoDB that delivers up to 10 times performance improvement from milliseconds to microseconds, even at millions of requests per second. DAX does all the heavy lifting required to add in-memory acceleration to your DynamoDB tables without requiring developers to manage cache validation, data population, or cluster management. Moving on to question 75. Which of the following is the most appropriate means for developers to store Docker container images in the AWS cloud? Your options are Elastic Container Service, Elastic Block Store, Elastic Container Registry, Elastic MapReduce. So the correct answer is option C, ECR. Amazon ECR is a fully managed container registry offering high performance hosting. So you can reliably deploy application images and artifacts anywhere. Amazon ECR is integrated with Amazon ECS and Amazon EKS, which means you can easily store and run container images for applications with either orchestrator. All you need to do is simply specify the Amazon ECR registry in your task or pod definition for Amazon ECS or Amazon EKS to retrieve the appropriate image for your application. Moving on to next question. Which AWS service can be used to send alerts based on Amazon CloudWatch alarms? Your options are option A, AWS CloudTrail, option B, Amazon Simple Notification Service, option C, AWS Trusted Advisor, option D, Amazon Route 53. So the right answer is option B, SNS. SMS sends notifications two ways, A to A and A to P. A to A is called as application to application, and A to P is called as application to person. A to A provides high throughput, push-based, many-to-many messaging between distributed systems, microservices, and event-driven serverless applications. These applications include Amazon SQS, Simple Queue Service, Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose, Amazon Lambda, and other HTTPS endpoints. A2P functionality lets you send messages to your customers with SMS text, push notifications, and emails. Moving on to question 77. Which AWS hybrid storage service enables on-premise applications to seamlessly use AWS cloud storage through standard file storage protocols? Your options are AWS Direct Connect, AWS Snowmobile, AWS Snowball Edge, AWS Storage Gateway. So the right answer is option D. AWS Storage Gateway is a set of hybrid cloud storage services that provide on-premise access to virtually unlimited cloud storage. Next question. Which statement is true in relation to data stored within an AWS region? Your options are option A, data is automatically archived after 90 days. Option B, data is not replicated outside of a region unless you configure it. Option C, data is always automatically replicated to at least one other availability zone. Option D, data is always replicated to another region. Correct answer is option D. Data is not replicated outside of any region unless you configure it. It is up to the customer of AWS to determine whether they want to replicate their data to other regions. You must always consider compliance and network latency when making this decision. Moving on to question 79. Which team is available to support AWS customers on an enterprise support plan with account issues? Your options are option A, AWS billing and accounts, option B, AWS concierge, option C, AWS technical support, option D, AWS technical account manager. So the right answer is option B, AWS concierge. Concierge team are AWS billing and account experts that specialize in working with enterprise accounts and are included as part of the enterprise support plan. Next question. Which AWS service lets you add user sign up, sign in, and access control to web and mobile apps? Your options are A, AWS Cloud HSM, B, AWS Artifact, C, Amazon Cognito, D, AWS Directory Services. So the correct answer is option C, Amazon Cognito. With Amazon Cognito, you can add user sign up and sign in features and control access to your web and mobile applications. Amazon Cognito provides an identity store that scales to millions of users, supports social and enterprise identity federation, and offers advanced security feature to protect your customers and businesses. Built on open identity standards, Amazon Cognito supports various compliance regulations and integrates with front-end and back-end development resources. You can go to this link to understand more about Amazon Cognito and how it can be implemented. Question number 81. What is the main benefit of the principle of use coupling? Your options are reduce interdependencies, so a failure in one component does not cascade to other components. Reduce operational complexity, enables applications to scale automatically based on current demand. automate the deployment of infrastructure using code? The correct answer is option A. Loose coupling enables you to add additional code or features to a component while minimizing risk to components that depend on it. Limiting interconnections can help isolate problems when things go wrong and simplify testing, maintenance, and troubleshooting procedures. Next question. AWS acceptable use policy for penetration testing allows which of the following? Your options are option A. Customers can carry out security assessments or penetration tests against their AWS infrastructure after obtaining authorization from AWS. Option B, authorized security accessors to perform penetration tests against AWS customer without authorization. Option C, AWS to perform penetration testing against customer resources without notification. Option D, customers to carry out security assessments or penetration tests against their AWS infrastructure without prior approval for selected services. So the correct answer is option D. Customers to carry out security assessments or penetration tests against their AWS infrastructure without prior approval for selected services. AWS allows customer to carry out security assessments or penetration tests of their AWS infrastructure without prior approvals for the services, namely Amazon EC2 instances, NAT gateways, WAF, Elastic Load Balancers, Amazon RDS, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon Aurora, and few more, which are listed at the link I have shared on my screen. One thing to note is Amazon allows penetration testing of S3 hosted applications, but specifically targeting S3 buckets is strictly prohibited. Moving on to question number 83. The DevOps team in your organization is keen to explore a AWS service which can be used to manage infrastructure as a code. Which of the following can be used to meet this requirement? Your options are option A, AWS Inspector, option B, AWS Config, option C, AWS CloudFormation, option D, AWS Trusted Advisor. So the correct answer is option C, AWS CloudFormation. It lets you model, provision, and manage AWS and third-party resources by treating infrastructure as code. A CloudFormation template describes your desired resources and their dependencies, so you can launch and configure them together as a stack. You can use a template to create, update, and delete an entire stack as a single unit as often as you need to instead of managing resources individually. You can manage and provision stacks across multiple AWS accounts and AWS regions. Moving on to question 84. Which feature of AWS IAM enables you to identify unnecessary permissions that have been assigned to users? Your options are A, Role Advisor, B, Access Advisor, C, Group Advisor, D, Permissions Advisor. So the correct answer is option B, Access Advisor. IAM Access Advisor helps you audit service access, remove unnecessary permissions, and set appropriate permissions, providing the last timestamp when an IAM entity accessed an AWS service. An IAM entity can be a user, it can be a role, or it can be a group. Moving on to question 85. A web application running on AWS has been receiving malicious requests from the same set of IP addresses. Which AWS service can help secure the application and block the malicious traffic? Your options are Amazon Inspector, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS WAF, AWS IAM. So the right answer is option C, AWS WAF. A web access control list, which is one of the components of WAF, gives you fine-grained control over all of the HTTPS web requests that you protected resource respond to. You can protect Amazon CloudFront, Amazon API Gateway, Application Load Balancer, AWS AppSync, and Amazon Cognito resources. You can use criteria like the following to allow or block request: IP address origin of the request, country of origin of the request, string match or regular expression, which is regex match in a part of the request, size of a particular part of the request, and detection of malicious SQL code or scripting. You can go to this link to understand more about IP addresses blocking and how it is set up. Moving on to question 86. Which type of elastic load balancer operates at level 4, which is transport layer of the OSI model? Your options are application load balancer, classic load balancer, Amazon Route 53 load balancer, network load balancer. So the correct answer is option D, network load balancer. A network load balancer functions at the fourth layer of open systems interconnection model. It can handle millions of requests per second. After the load balancer receives a connection request, it selects a target from the target group for the default rule. It attempts to open a TCP connection to the selected target on the port specified in the listener configuration. Moving on to question 87. A cloud engineer wants to bootstrap an EC2 instance. How can the engineer achieve this? Your options are utilize AWS config, build metadata, utilize user data, run command. The right answer is option C, utilize user data. When you launch an instance in Amazon EC2, you have the option of passing user data to the instance that can be used to perform common automated configuration tasks and even run scripts after the instance starts. You can pass two types of user data to Amazon EC2. Either it is a shell script or they are cloud init directives. Moving on to next question. Which of the below statements regarding Amazon S3 buckets is accurate? You need to choose two options. Your options are bucket names must be unique globally, buckets are replicated globally, bucket names must be unique regionally, buckets are region specific, you can have nested buckets. So the correct answer is option C and option D. Bucket names must be unique globally and buckets are region specific. You can refer to the link on my screen to understand more rules around the naming of S3 buckets. Moving on to question 89. Which of the following is an AWS domain name system DNS web service? Your options are option A, Amazon Route 53, option B, AWS Snowball, option C, Amazon Light Sail, option D, AWS Direct Connect. The correct answer is option A, Amazon Route 53. Amazon Route 53 is a highly available and scalable domain name system web service. Route 53 connects user requests to internet applications running on AWS or on-premise. Question number 90. Which of the following services have distributed denial of service attack mitigation features? You need to choose two options. Your options are AWS WAF, AWS KMS, AWS CloudTrail, Amazon Route 53. So the right options are option A and option B, AWS WAF and Amazon Route 53. Moving on to question 91. Which of the following Amazon EC2 pricing model for reserved instances gives the highest discount? Your options are option A, no upfront payment for a 3-year term. Option B, all upfront payment for a 1-year term. Option C, partial upfront for a 1-year term. Option D, all upfront payment for a 3-year term. So the correct answer is option D, all upfront payment for a 3-year term. You can choose between 3 payment options when you purchase a standard or convertible reserved instance. With the all upfront option, you pay for the entire reserved instance term with one upfront payment. This option provides you with the largest discount compared to on-demand instance pricing. With the partial upfront option, you make a low upfront payment and are then charged a discounted hourly rate for the instance for the duration of the reserved instance term. The no upfront option does not require any upfront payment and provides a discounted hourly rate for the duration of the term. Moving on to question 92. Where can you find software listings from independent software vendors that make it easy to find, test, buy, and deploy softwares that run on AWS? Your options are AWS Marketplace, AWS Glue, Amazon Athena, AWS Cloud Search. So the correct answer is AWS Marketplace. AWS Marketplace is a curated digital catalog that makes it easy to find, test, buy, and deploy the third-party softwares you want with the simplified procurement and controls you need. Moving on to next question. You want to be notified when your AWS usage costs exceed or are forecasted to exceed a specific dollar amount. Which of the following AWS services can be used to achieve this requirement? Your options are option A, AWS Cloud Cost Explorer, option B, AWS Budgets, option C, AWS Trusted Advisor, option D, AWS QuickSight. So the correct answer is option B, AWS Budgets. AWS Budgets is the simplest way to monitor your AWS spend and be alerted when you exceed or are forecasted to exceed your desired spending limit. With AWS Budgets, you can set custom budgets to track your cost and usage and respond quickly to alerts received from email or SMS notifications if you exceed your threshold. Moving on to question 94. Which of the following is the design principle for operational excellence under the AWS well-architected framework pillars? Your options are option A, apply security at all layers. Option B, stop guessing capacity. Option C, go global in minutes. Option D, learn from all operational failures. So the correct answer is option D, learn from all operational failures. There are 5 design principles for operational excellence in the cloud. Perform operations as code, make frequent, small, and reversible changes, refine operation procedures frequently, anticipate failures, learn from all operational failures. Question number 95. Which of the following is the fully managed extract, transform, and load service that helps AWS customers to prepare and load their data for analytics? Your options are AWS Lambda, AWS Athena, AWS Glue, AWS Direct Connect. The correct answer is option C, AWS Glue. AWS Glue is a serverless data integration service that makes it easier to discover, prepare, move, and integrate data from multiple sources for analytics, machine learning, and application development. AWS Glue provides all the capabilities needed for data integration, so you can start analyzing your data and putting it to use in minutes instead of months. Moving on to question number 96. Which of the following AWS services in combination can be used to serve large amounts of online video content with least possible latency? You have to choose two options. Your options are AWS Storage Gateway, Amazon EFS, Amazon S3, Amazon Glacier, Amazon CloudFront. So the correct answers are option C and option E. CloudFront speeds up content delivery by leveraging its global network of data centers known as edge locations to reduce delivery time by caching your content close to your end users. CloudFront fetches your content from an origin such as Amazon S3 bucket, an EC2 instance, an ELB load balancer, or your own web server when it's not already in an edge location. Moving on to question 97. Which AWS service automatically detects impaired Amazon EC2 instances and replaces the instances without manual intervention? Your options are A, AWS Lambda, B, AWS Cognito, C, Elastic Load Balancer, D, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. So the correct answer is D, Amazon EC2 Auto Scaling. When EC2 auto scaling determines that an in-service instance is unhealthy, it terminates the instance while it launches a new replacement instance. The new instance launches using the current settings of the auto scaling group and its associated launch template or launch configuration. You can refer to the link on your screen to understand more about EC2 auto scaling health checks and how they function in the background. Moving on to question 98. Your organization needs to use their existing licenses for Microsoft Windows and SQL Server while also addressing strict corporate compliance requirements. Which EC2 pricing model would you recommend? Your options are option A, reserved instance, option B, spot instances, option C, dedicated hosts, option D, savings plan. So the correct answer is option C, dedicated hosts. Dedicated hosts allow you to use your existing per socket, per core, or per VM software license, including Windows Server, SQL Server, Linux Enterprise Server, Red Hat Linux Enterprise Server, or other software licenses that are bound to VMs, sockets, or physical cores subject to your license terms. Amazon EC2 dedicated host is also integrated with AWS License Manager, a service which helps you manage your software licenses, including Microsoft Windows Server and Microsoft SQL Server licenses. Moving on to question 99. Which of the following is AWS fully managed relational database engine that is compatible with MySQL and PostgreSQL and can deliver up to 5 times the throughput of MySQL? Your options are Amazon Aurora, AWS RDS, AWS DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift. So the correct answer is option A, Amazon Aurora. It is a relational database management system built for cloud with full MySQL and PostgreSQL compatibility. Aurora gives you the performance and availability of commercial grade databases at 1/10 of the cost. It provides up to 5x the throughput of MySQL and 3x the throughput. John is setting up the infrastructure for a web application that requires multiple EC2 instances to handle the expected demand. However, when testing the application, he discovers all the traffic is routed to only one of the servers. Which AWS feature should he add to his application in order to evenly distribute traffic among all servers? Your options are auto scaling, Elastic Load Balancer, Route 53, Amazon CloudFront. So the key to answer this question is you need to look for keywords in the question. So the keyword here is John is looking for a solution which gives him the ability to distribute the traffic evenly on all the servers. Whenever you have a keyword to evenly distribute traffic, you need to look for options where there is a mention of load balancer. So the right answer is option B, Elastic Load Balancer. Elastic load balancing automatically distributes incoming application traffic evenly between all the servers that are associated with it. It can distribute traffic in one or more availability zones. Next question. How can a company configure automatic asynchronous copying of objects in Amazon S3 bucket across regions? Your options are using cross-region replication by configuring multi-master replication, using lifecycle actions. This is done by default by AWS. So the right answer is option A, using cross-region replication. Cross-region replication enables automatic asynchronous copying of objects across Amazon S3 buckets. You can replicate objects to a single destination bucket or to multiple destination buckets. The destination buckets can be in different AWS regions or within the same region as the source bucket. You can refer to the link on my screen to understand cross-region replication in more detail. Next question. How can a database administrator reduce the operational overhead for a MySQL database? Your options are migrate the database onto an Amazon EC2 instance, use AWS CloudFormation to manage operations, migrate the database onto AWS Lambda, migrate the database onto Amazon RDS instance. Whenever there is a mention in the question to reduce the operational overhead, you need to look at any option which gives you a capability or a service which is a managed service. So in this case, the right answer is option D, migrate the database onto Amazon RDS instance. Amazon RDS is a managed relational database service that supports multiple database engines, including MySQL, MariaDB, PostgreSQL, Oracle, and Microsoft SQL Server. You reduce operational overhead when you start consuming a managed service. Question number 104. Which feature of AWS allows you to deploy a new application for which the requirements may change over time. Your options are operational excellence, high availability, fault tolerance, elasticity. So the right answer is option D, elasticity. Elasticity is the ability to acquire resources as you need them and release resources when you no longer need them. It allows you to deploy your application without worrying about whether it will need more resources in future or not. Moving on to next question. Which AWS service can be used for building and integrating loosely coupled distributed applications? Your options are A, Amazon EBS, B, Amazon SNS, C, Amazon EFS, D, Amazon RDS. Let's understand what loosely coupled application is. Loosely coupled application means breaking an application into multiple independent services. Whenever there is issue in one service, it doesn't impact the other service. So in this case, the right answer is option B, Amazon SNS. Amazon SNS, which is also called a simple notification service, is a web service that makes it easy to set up, operate, and send notifications. It can be used in combination with Amazon SQS, which is simple queue service, to decouple and scale microservices, distributed systems, and serverless applications and improve reliability. So even though in the options you just have Amazon SNS individually is not capable of breaking up the application. It always works in coordination with Amazon SQS when you are trying to decouple an application. Moving on to question 106. Which AWS service allows you to use block-based volumes on-premise that are then asynchronously backed up to Amazon S3? Your options are AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway, AWS Storage Gateway File Gateway, Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration, Amazon S3 Multi-Part Upload. So the right answer is option A, AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway. You can store your primary data locally while asynchronously backing up that data to AWS. Stored volumes provide your on-premise applications with low latency access to their entire dataset. At the same time, they provide durable offsite backups. You can create storage volumes and mount them as iSCSI devices from your on-premise application servers. Data returned to your stored volumes is stored on your on-premise storage hardware. This data is asynchronously backed up to Amazon S3 as Amazon EBS snapshots, which is Elastic Block Store. If they were talking about file-based storage, then the answer would have been option B, AWS Storage Gateway, File Gateway. So there can be two variations of this question. Moving on to next question. Your management is looking to deploy a shared file access on AWS. Hundreds of EC2 instances will access the file system simultaneously and will need petabytes of data storage. Which AWS service is best option in this case? Your options are Amazon EC2, Amazon EBS, Amazon EFS, Amazon S3. So the right answer is option C, Amazon EFS. EFS file systems can automatically scale from gigabytes to petabytes of data without needing to provision storage. Tens, hundreds, or even thousands of compute instances can access an Amazon EFS file system at the same time. And Amazon EFS provides consistent performance to each compute instance. Amazon EFS is designed to be highly durable and highly available. With Amazon EFS, there is no minimum fees or setup costs, and you pay only for what you use. Moving on to next question. Choose the best Amazon Route 53 routing policy that can route traffic to multiple resources based on the end user's location. Your options are A, failover routing policy, B, simple routing policy, C, latency routing policy, D, geolocation routing policy. So the right answer is option D, geolocation routing policy. Geolocation routing lets you choose the resources that serve your traffic based on the geographic location of your users, meaning the location that DNS queries originate from. For example, you might want all queries from Europe to be routed to an ELB load balancers in the Frankfurt region. You can refer to the link on my screen to understand more about geolocation routing policy. You can expect to get at least a question in the exam, which might be revolving around the routing policies of Amazon Route 53. So I would recommend you to go through all the routing policies. Moving on to question 109. Which of the following AWS services can an organization use to automate operational tasks on EC2 instances using existing Chef cookbooks? Your options are AWS Config, AWS Service Catalog, AWS OpsWorks, AWS Code Deploy. So the right answer is C, AWS OpsWorks. AWS OpsWorks is a configuration management service that provides managed instances of Chef and Puppet. OpsWorks lets you use Chef and Puppet to automate how servers are configured, deployed, and managed across your Amazon EC2 instances or on-premise compute environments. OpsWorks has three offerings: AWS OpsWorks for Chef Automate, AWS OpsWorks for Puppet Enterprise, and AWS OpsWorks Stacks. Moving on to question 110. Which AWS service can be used to automate the provisioning of infrastructure and administrative tasks for an analytical data warehouse? Your options are A, Amazon Redshift, B, Amazon SageMaker, C, Amazon OpenSearch, D, Amazon QuickSight. Whenever there is a mention of data warehouse, you need to look at Amazon Redshift in the options. If it is there, most likely that's going to be your answer. So the right answer in this case is option A, Amazon Redshift. Amazon Redshift is a fully managed petabyte scale data warehouse service in the cloud. You can start with just a few hundred gigabytes of data and scale to petabytes or more. This enables you to use your data to acquire new insights for your business and customers. It uses SQL to analyze structured and semi-structured data. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following features can be used to preview the changes to be made to an AWS resource when using the AWS CloudFormation template? Your options are AWS CloudFormation stack sets, AWS CloudFormation change sets, AWS CloudFormation drift detection, AWS CloudFormation intrinsic functions. So the right answer is option B, AWS CloudFormation change sets. Change sets allow you to preview how proposed changes to a stack might impact your running resources. For example, whether your changes will delete or replace any critical resource, AWS CloudFormation makes the changes to your stack only when you decide to execute the change set, allowing you to decide whether to proceed with your proposed changes or explore other changes by creating another change set. Next question. A weather tracking website monitors the weather along the flight route. This information is used by travelers around the world to plan their trip. Travelers are expecting quick turnaround time when booking flights and viewing the weather. This website is using Amazon Route 53 DNS, which is the best routing policy for the website. Your options are failover routing policy, geolocation routing policy, latency based routing policy, weighted routing policy. So the right answer is latency based routing policy. Again, there is a link on my screen to read more about latency based routing policy. I would recommend you to go through it and read more about it. Moving on to next question. What can be termed as a user defined label that has a key value pair of variable character length, which is assigned to AWS resources as metadata for administration and management purposes? Your options are option A, tag key, option B, resource flag, option C, resource tag, option D, resource group. So the correct answer is option C, resource tag. You can assign metadata to your AWS resources in the form of tags. Each tag is a label consisting of a user-defined key and value. Tags can help you manage, identify, organize, search for, and filter resources. You can create tags to categorize resources by purpose, owner, environment, or any other criteria which you would want to use. Next question. Which of the following services can be used to investigate and analyze the root cause of potential security threat to AWS resources? Your options are AWS Shield, Amazon Detective, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS Security Hub. So the right answer is Amazon Detective. Amazon Detective can be used to analyze and visualize security data to investigate potential security issues. It collects and analyzes data from multiple sources like AWS CloudTrail logs, VPC flow logs, and Amazon Guard Duty findings. Based upon unified findings created by Amazon Detective, the security team can quickly determine the root cause of security threat. Moving on to question 115. Which of the following is a secure, isolated networking component that can be used to host EC2 resources in the AWS cloud? Your options are AWS VPC, AWS EKS, AWS NACL, AWS ECS. So the correct answer is option A, AWS VPC. Amazon VPC or Virtual Private Cloud enables you to launch AWS resources into a virtual network that you have defined. This virtual network closely resembles a traditional network that you would operate in your own data center with the benefits of using the scalable infrastructure of AWS. Next question. Your web application is deployed in the Ohio region. The website is now planned to be distributed to other regions, and you plan to use CloudFront for global distribution. What statements about CloudFront are false? You need to choose two options. Just make sure that you read it correctly. You need to choose the statements that are false. So your options are CloudFront can help improve performance by using keep alive connections between edge locations and origin server. Option B, CloudFront uses the concept of edge locations for caching and delivering content faster for its users. Option C, CloudFront doesn't cache dynamic content. Option D, CloudFront can use only S3 buckets as their origin server from which they cache content. So the correct answers are option C and option D. You can use several different kinds of origin with CloudFront. For example, you can use an Amazon S3 bucket, a media store container, a media package channel, an application load balancer, or even an AWS Lambda function URL. CloudFront can serve dynamic content as well. You can refer to the link on my screen to understand more around serving of dynamic content by CloudFront. Moving on to question number 117. A number of large objects from different geographical locations need to be uploaded to an S3 bucket. Which is the fastest and most reliable way to accomplish this? Your options are option A, you can directly access the S3 bucket from the different locations and use a multi-part upload for transferring huge objects. Option B, you can use S3 transfer acceleration from each geographic location for transferring data quickly. Option C, you can use a direct connect link from each of the geographic locations for transferring data quickly. Option D, you can connect to an application running on AWS EC2 that is hosted in multiple regions using Route 53 and use latency-based routing to upload files to S3 bucket. So the right answer is option B. You can use S3 transfer acceleration from each geographic location for transferring data quickly. The best way to address this scenario is to route the requests to the nearest CloudFront edge locations from the different geographic locations. Edge locations provide a fast network infrastructure, bypassing much of internet for delivering content to S3 destinations. Performance gains of nearly 50 to 500% can be observed while using S3 transfer acceleration. Moving on to next question. Which two functions can be performed using Amazon Route 53? You need to choose two right answers. Your options are connect user requests to AWS infrastructure, create and manage cryptographic keys, transfer DNS records for domain names from other registrars, connect an on-premise data center directly to AWS via fiber optic cables. So the right answers are option A and option C. Amazon Route 53 connects user requests to AWS infrastructure. It also provides DNS services, including transferring DNS records to any existing domain names that may be with other registrars. You can also register new domain names using Route 53. It also provides a reliable method of connecting users to infrastructure, which may be inside or outside of AWS, including allowing end users to access web applications hosted using AWS. Moving on to next question. You have deployed your application on multiple Amazon EC2 instances. Your customer complain that sometimes they can't reach the application. Which AWS service allows you to monitor the performance of your EC2 instances to assist in troubleshooting these issues? Your options are A, AWS CloudTrail, B, AWS Config, C, Amazon CloudWatch, D, AWS Lambda. So the right answer is option C, Amazon CloudWatch. It collects and visualizes real-time logs, metrics, and event data in automated dashboards to streamline your infrastructure and application maintenance. Amazon CloudWatch is a monitoring and management service that provides data and actionable insights for AWS, hybrid, and on-premise applications and infrastructure resources. Moving on to question 120. A company is deploying a new two-tier web application in AWS. Where should the most frequently accessed data be stored so that the application's response time is optimal? Your options are A, AWS Storage Gateway, B, Amazon EBS Volume, C, AWS OpsWorks, D, Amazon Elastic Cache. So the correct answer is option D, Amazon Elastic Cache. Amazon Elastic Cache is a fully managed in-memory caching service supporting flexible real-time use cases. You can use Elastic Cache for caching, which accelerates application and database performance, or as a primary data store for use cases that don't require durability, like session stores, gaming leaderboards, streaming, and analytics. Elastic Cache is compatible with Redis and Memcached. A company wants to set up a domain name system DNS record for its application with a failover routing policy that is based on health checks. Which AWS service or resource should the company use to achieve this goal? Your options are Amazon Kendra, Application Load Balancer, Amazon Route 53, AWS WAF. Whenever you see any question related to DNS, then you need to look for Route 53 service. Another way to remember this is that DNS server responds to queries on port 53, and that's where AWS service for DNS gets its name from. Now you can have different type of routing policies in case of DNS, but for the scope of this question, they intend to use failover routing policy. You can refer to the link on my screen to read more about routing policies in Amazon Route 53. A business wants to provide a user access to an Amazon S3 bucket. Which element of S3 bucket policy contains information about the users who need access to the bucket? Your options are principal, action, resource, effect. Principal is the element that holds the information about the user, account, or service that is the recipient of the permission. Now, action holds the information about the set of operations which will be allowed or denied using the effect element. Resource is the S3 bucket object access point for which you apply the permission. A company plans to migrate its custom marketing and order processing application to AWS. The company needs to deploy the application on different type of instances with various configurations of CPU, memory, and networking capacity. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are Amazon Athena, Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda, Amazon Cognito. Keyword to answer this question is they are looking for an option which provides them flexibility to choose different type of configuration in terms of CPU, RAM, and networking. So the correct answer is option B, Amazon EC2. You can browse to the link which is on my screen to read more about different type of Amazon EC2 instances. You can expect to get some questions around different type of Amazon EC2 instances in your exam. Moving on to next question. Which service provides a virtually unlimited amount of online highly durable object storage? Your options are Amazon S3, Amazon Redshift, Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon Elastic File System. Now, option B and C are automatically eliminated in this case as they are looking for storage solution. Redshift is a data warehousing solution, and ECS is a container orchestration solution, which leaves us with option A and option D. Since they are looking for object-based storage, so the correct answer is option A, Amazon S3. EFS, as the name indicates, is a file-based storage solution. If you're looking to learn more about Amazon S3, then I already have a detailed video around this on my channel. Check it out as it covers aspects from both Cloud Practitioner and Solution Architect exams. Let's now look at another variation of this question. Which AWS service provides a simple and scalable shared file storage solution for use with Linux-based AWS and on-premise servers? Your options are Amazon S3, Amazon Glacier, Amazon EBS, Amazon EFS. You should already know the correct answer based on the previous explanation, so I'll directly head to the solution. The right answer is option D, Amazon EFS. For your future reference, EBS is block storage and Glacier is one of the classes of S3 storage, which is again an object-based storage. Question number 126. Which of the following components of AWS infrastructure consists of one or more discrete data centers interconnected through low latency links? Your options are edge location, availability zone, region, AWS private link. You do get such questions in AWS Cloud Practitioner exam where the question is just a definition of a feature. And in this case, the question in itself is the definition of availability zone. So the correct answer is option B, availability zone. As you can read the definition on my screen, availability zone is one or more discrete data centers with redundant power, networking, and connectivity in an AWS region. All AZs in an AWS region are interconnected with high bandwidth, low latency networking. Moving on to question number 127. What approach of transcoding a large number of individual video files adheres to AWS architecture principles? Your options are using many instances in parallel, using dedicated hardware, using a single large instance during off-peak hours, using a large GPU instance type. Now, option A, which is using many instances in parallel, seems to be a good candidate as parallel processing will lead to faster execution. Next option, to use dedicated hardware, will help, however, will also result in increase in cost. So not something recommended. Option C is again some kind of dedicated hardware during off-peak hours, so not a right option. Using a large GPU instance will help, however, not as much as compared to option A. So the correct answer is option A. Now, as a thumb rule, multi-threading is always better than serial processing. You are tasked with finding a low-cost, long-term solution for data backups. Which AWS service would you choose as a solution? Your options are Amazon EBS, Amazon RDS, Amazon S3 Glacier, AWS Snowball. Whenever there is a talk about data backup and archiving solution in AWS, then you should look for S3 Glacier in the options. So the right answer is option C, Amazon S3 Glacier. It is a secure and durable service for low-cost data archiving and long-term backup. Question number 129. Which of the following is AWS sole responsibility when talking about AWS shared responsibility model? Your options are managing IAM policies, physical data center security, Amazon S3 bucket policies, auditing AWS CloudTrail logs. Now, since the customers don't have visibility or access to physical data centers, so its management is AWS responsibility. Other three options mentioned in this question are customer responsibility. Whenever you get such questions, then think of the quote, AWS is responsible for security of the cloud and customer is responsible for security in the cloud. As soon as you think about this quote, your options will be crystal clear and you will instantly know what the correct option is in the question. Question number 130. Which of the following disaster recovery scenarios offers the lowest possibility of downtime? Your options are backup and restore, warm standby, pilot light, multi-site active-active. When it comes to lowest downtime or zero downtime, then the correct answer is multi-site active-active disaster recovery. However, this option is the most costly to implement. You can refer to the diagram on my screen to understand different types of disaster recovery strategies. You can expect to get some questions around this in exam, so I would highly recommend you to refer to the link on my screen and understand this in more detail. Question number 131. Which methods can be used to identify AWS costs by departments? You need to choose two options. Your options are create separate accounts for each department, use reserved instances where possible, enable multi-factor authentication for root user, use tags to associate each instance with a particular department, pay bills using purchase orders. The correct answers are option A and option D. You should create separate accounts for each department and use tags to associate each instance with a particular department. This is also called as cost allocation tags. Now, option B, which is to use reserved instances, will help you in cost reduction, but not identify resources by cost. So it is incorrect. And option C talks about multi-factor authentication, which is a security feature and doesn't help you in identifying resources by cost. Option C is again a distractor here, which leaves us with option A and option D. Next question. Which of the following is AWS responsibility in the AWS shared responsibility model? Your options are updating the security group rules to block traffic to vulnerable ports, updating the network ACLs to block traffic to vulnerable ports, updating the firmware of the underlying EC2 hosts, patching operating system running on Amazon EC2 instances. Now, remember the quote that I was mentioning in one of the previous questions. AWS is responsible for security of the cloud and customers are responsible for security in the cloud. Going by that statement, you should understand that the correct answer is updating the firmware of the underlying EC2 host. Now, why it is the responsibility of AWS? Because customers don't have access to underlying host in the AWS infrastructure. So it becomes AWS's responsibility to keep the host firmware up to date. And when it comes to option A, B, and D, customer has full control over these things. So it's their responsibility to manage them. Question number 133. What tasks should a customer perform when they suspect an AWS account has been compromised? You need to choose two options. Your options are remove MFA tokens, rotate passwords and access keys, move resources to a different AWS region, delete AWS CloudTrail logs, contact AWS support. The correct answers in this case are option B and option E. You should rotate passwords and access keys, and you should contact AWS support as well. In fact, you should immediately change the password and update the access keys that you might have generated in past as soon as you become aware that your account has been compromised. And then you should contact AWS support and take actions as per their guidance. How do Amazon EC2 autoscaling help achieve high availability for a web application? Now, option A, they enable the application's static content to reside closer to end users. No, this is a feature of CloudFront. So, incorrect options. Now, option B, they automatically add more instances across multiple AWS regions based on global demand on the application. This option definitely provides high availability. However, EC2 autoscaling doesn't add instances to multiple regions. So again, an incorrect option. Option C, they are able to distribute incoming requests across a tier of web server instances. It is a feature of load balancer. So again, incorrect. This now leaves us with option D, which is the correct answer. They automatically add or replace instances across multiple availability zone when the application needs it. Now, there is a close resemblance between option B and option D. So you should always read the option very carefully to see if there is a keyword that might make the option wrong before you even attempt to answer. So you might be in a situation that you start reading the options and you think option B is correct, but you don't you don't want to read option C and D because you are sure that option B is correct, but that there might be a keyword hidden in option B which will make it incorrect. So always read all the options carefully before deciding your answer. Moving on to question number 135. A user is able to set up a master payer account to view consolidated billing using which of the following AWS service? Your options are AWS Budgets, Amazon Macy, AWS Organizations, Amazon QuickSight. The correct answer in this case is AWS Organizations because it provides you with the capability to centrally manage and govern your cloud environment. AWS Budgets is the simplest way to monitor your AWS spend and be alerted when you exceed or are forecasted to exceed your desired spending limit, which is not what is asked in this question. Now, Amazon Macy is a data security service that uses machine learning and pattern matching to discover and help protect your sensitive data. And the last option, option D, Amazon QuickSight is a cloud-powered business analytics service that makes it easy for all the employees within an organization to build visualization. Which of the following AWS service or feature allows user to connect with and deploy AWS services programmatically? Your options are AWS Cloud9, AWS Management Console, AWS Code Pipeline, AWS Software Development Kits, SDKs. Let's apply the elimination approach here. First option is AWS Cloud9, which is a cloud-based integrated development environment that you use to write, run, and deploy code. So an incorrect choice. Now the option B, AWS Management Console, is obviously incorrect as it is the graphical user interface to access AWS Console. Then the third option we have is AWS Code Pipeline, which is AWS Continuous Delivery Service, making it an incorrect choice, leaving us with AWS SDK, which is the correct answer. Now with SDK, you can easily develop applications on AWS in the programming language of your choice, which includes C++, Java, Python, Ruby, Node.js, and many more. Let's look at next question of the series. A company wants to migrate a critical application to AWS. The application has a short runtime. The application is invoked by changes in data or by shifts in system state. The company needs a compute solution that maximizes operational efficiency and minimizes the cost of running the application. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are AWS Lambda, Amazon EC2 reserved instances, EC2 spot instances, EC2 on-demand instances. This is one of the questions where there are lots of clues in it pointing to the definition of a feature. The first clue here is short runtime. Then there is a mention of using triggers to invoke it. And most importantly, the question talks about maximizing the operational efficiency and minimizing the cost of running application, which points us to look for something which is serverless, as we are talking about operational efficiency and minimizing the cost of running application. And in the list of options, we only have one option, which is serverless, that is AWS Lambda. And you would already know that AWS Lambda is serverless, which has a short runtime and can be invoked using different type of triggers. Question number 138 of the series. A company plans to create a data lake that uses Amazon S3. Which factor will have the most effect on cost? Your options are charges to transfer existing data into Amazon S3, the selection of S3 storage tiers, S3 ingest fees for each request, the addition of S3 bucket policies. Now you need to choose the option which will have most effect on cost. There can be multiple options which have effect on cost, but you need to choose the one which has the most effect. The storage class used in S3 can definitely have impact on the cost of the data lake. Different storage classes have different pricing tiers. For example, using the Glacier storage class for infrequently accessed data can be much cheaper than using the standard storage class for frequently accessed data. So the correct answer is option B, the selection of S3 storage tiers. How does the AWS cloud pricing model differ from the traditional on-premise storage pricing model? Your options are there are no upfront cost commitments, there are no infrastructure operating costs, AWS resources do not incur costs, there are no software licensing costs. The AWS cloud pricing model differs from the traditional on-premise storage pricing model in several ways. One of the primary differences is that there are no upfront cost commitments with AWS. With on-premise storage, a business would typically have to purchase and maintain their own physical storage devices, which can require a significant upfront investment. Now, here we are basically talking about CAPEX and OPEX, which is capital expenditure or operational expenditure. When you move from on-premise to cloud, then you basically make a move from capital expenditure to operational expenditure. If you don't know about capital expenditure and operational expenditure, I already have a series which is more focused on Azure, but I have a video in that series which is explaining the differences between CAPEX and OPEX. So I would recommend you to go through that video, which I'll be linking to this one as well. Let's move to next question. A company is developing a mobile app that needs a high performance NoSQL database. Which AWS service should the company use for this database? Your options are, and you need to choose the two options. Now the options are Amazon RDS, Amazon Aurora, Amazon Document DB with MongoDB compatibility, Amazon Redshift, Amazon DynamoDB. You would have already understood that the main keyword in this question is you need to look for a NoSQL database. And the options available, the two NoSQL databases are DocumentDB and DynamoDB, making option C and option E as the correct choice. Question number 41 of the series. Which AWS service or tool should a company use to centrally request and track service limit increases? Your options are AWS Service Catalog, AWS Budgets, AWS Config, Service Quotas. The correct answer is Service Quota. It is a AWS service that helps you manage your quotas for many AWS services from one location. Along with looking up the quota values, you can also request a quota increase from the service quota console. It was formerly referred to as limits. You can see the link on my screen, which you can refer to read more about service quotas. A company wants to launch its workload on AWS and requires the system to automatically recover from failure. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework includes this requirement? Your options are operational excellence, performance efficiency, reliability, cost optimization. So basically here we are looking for the pillar which is inclined towards automatic recovery from failure. And this is one of the design principles of reliability pillar. Now, there are different pillars in the well-architected tool of AWS. So I strongly suggest you to go through the link which are there on your screen now to understand this in more detail, as there will be different questions from this in your exam. Question number 143, which of the following AWS service uses edge locations? Your options are AWS Global Accelerator, Amazon Connect, Amazon Aurora, AWS Outposts. The correct answer is option A, AWS Global Accelerator. Next question. A company has a single Amazon EC2 instance. The company wants to adopt a highly available architecture. What can the company do to meet this requirement? Your options are change the EC2 instance family to a compute optimized instance, scale vertically to a larger EC2 instance size, scale horizontally across multiple availability zones, purchase an EC2 dedicated instance. Now here they are looking for high availability. So let's first see what happens when you go with option A. Now, option A is to change the EC2 instance to a compute optimized instance. With this, you'll get more compute power, but you won't get high availability. So the option is incorrect. Option B talks about scaling vertically to a larger size, which will give you more CPU and RAM, but again, no high availability. So an incorrect choice. Now option C, which talks about scaling horizontally in multiple AZ, means you are adding more VMs in a different availability zone, which will give you high availability. As if one VM goes down, then you have a different one, making option C as the correct choice. But before proceeding forward, let's look at option D as well. Why the option D is not correct. Now, purchasing an EC2 dedicated instance doesn't provide you high availability because you just have a dedicated instance, but the instance is still one. So if the instance goes down, you don't have anything as a backup, which means option D is again incorrect. Let's move at question 145 of the series. A company is preparing to launch a new web store that is expected to receive high traffic for an upcoming event. The web store runs only on AWS, and the company has an AWS Enterprise Support Plan. Which AWS resource will provide guidance about how the company should scale its architecture and operational support during the event? Your options are the designated AWS Technical Account Manager, also called as TAM, AWS Abuse Team, AWS Professional Services, AWS Infrastructure Event Management. The correct answer here is option D, AWS Infrastructure Event Management, also called as IEM. They offer architectural and scaling guidance and operational support during the preparation and execution of planned events such as shopping holidays, product launches, and migrations. For these events, AWS Infrastructure Event Management will help you assess operational readiness, identify and mitigate risks, and execute your event confidently with AWS experts by your side. The program is included in the enterprise support plan and is available to business support customers for an additional fee. So you pay for the service. Question number 146 of the series. A company wants to limit its employee AWS access to a portfolio of predefined AWS resources. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet this requirement? Your options are AWS Software Development Kit, AWS Service Catalog, AWS App Sync, AWS Config. The correct answer here is AWS Service Catalog. Service Catalog allows you to create, organize, and govern a curated catalog of AWS resources that can be shared at the permission level. So you can quickly provision approved cloud resources without needing direct access to the underlying AWS services. Next question. Which of the following AWS services lets connect devices easily and securely interact with cloud applications and other devices? Your options are AWS IoT Core, Amazon SNS, AWS Directory Service, Amazon Cognito. These type of questions are literally the easiest questions that you can get in exam, as they have just mentioned definition of a service as the question. And the correct answer in this case is AWS IoT Core, which lets connected devices easily and securely interact with cloud applications and other devices. Next question. A developer wants to use an Amazon S3 bucket to store application logs that contain sensitive data. Which AWS service or feature should the developer use to restrict read and write access to the S3 bucket? So someone wants to store sensitive data in a S3 bucket and they want to secure read and write access to the S3 bucket. Which feature should they use to implement this kind of access? Your options are security groups, Amazon CloudWatch, ACLs, and AWS CloudTrails. So the correct answer in this case is ACLs. ACL, also the full form is access control list, are one of the resource-based options that you can use to manage access to your buckets and objects. You can use ACLs to grant basic read and write permissions to other AWS accounts. I would highly suggest you to go through the link on your screen to understand how ACLs work, as you might want to use this in your implementations as well. Moving on to next question. A retail company is building a new mobile app. The company is evaluating whether to build the app at an on-premise data center or in the AWS cloud. Which of the following are benefits of building this app in the AWS cloud? You need to choose two options here. So your options are complete control over the physical security of the infrastructure, flexibility to scale up in minutes as the application becomes popular, ability to pick the specific data centers that will host the application servers, increased speed for trying out new projects, a large upfront capital expense, and low variable expenses. So you need to choose the benefits of building the app in the AWS cloud. No matter what is mentioned before this line in the question, in this question, what you need to do is you need to choose two benefits of building the app in AWS cloud. Let's start with option A. Option A talks about complete control over the physical security of the infrastructure. Whenever you are dealing with cloud, you don't really have access to the physical infrastructure. So this cannot be the right option. Let's look at option 2. Flexibility to scale up in minutes as the application becomes popular. Yes, this seems the right option, because with any cloud vendor, you can practically scale as much as you want in minutes, because the vendor has already catered for growing demand of clients. So this seems to be the right option. Let's look at option C. Ability to pick the specific data center that will host the application servers. It doesn't seem to be the right option because you don't have the ability to choose the specific data centers. You have the ability to choose the availability zone or the region, but you don't have an option to choose a specific data center. Let's look at option D. Increase speed for trying out new project. Yes, this seems to be the right option because you have whole services at your disposal and you can spin up the infrastructure in just few clicks. So you get increased speed for trying out new projects. Suppose you want to use serverless computing. You have everything at your disposal and you just need to create the Lambda functions in just few clicks. Now we already have the two right options, which are option B and option D, but let's look at option E, why this is not correct. A large upfront capital expense and low variable expense. This is the classic definition of capital expenditure. But here in cloud, remember my statement, we make a move from capital expenditure to operational expenditure. So this is not the correct option. Let's look at the next question of the series. A company uses Amazon Workspaces. According to the AWS shared responsibility model, which task is the responsibility of AWS? Your options are provide security for workspaces user accounts through AWS Identity and Access Management, IAM. Configure AWS Cloud Trail to log API calls and user activity. Set up multi-factor authentication for each workspace user account. Ensure the environmental safety and security of the AWS infrastructure that hosts workspaces. Whenever you have questions related to shared responsibility model, think whether you as a customer have access to perform the activity being talked about in the question. If you have access, then most likely that will fall under your responsibility. And if you don't have access, then it will be most likely AWS responsibility. Now, in this case, option D, where there is a talk about security of the AWS infrastructure, seems the correct answer, as customers don't have access to AWS infrastructure. Remember, when I say you have access, you don't really need to look for your access because you might not be a global admin who has whole level of access. So you need to think from a customer perspective as a customer, whether you have access to do those sort of things or not. Now let's look at other three options as well. Provide security for workspaces user account through AWS IAM. So you do have access to play around with IAM. That means you should be able to do it, which means it is your responsibility. Configure AWS CloudTrail to log API calls and user requests. Again, you have access to configure CloudTrail events, so this is your responsibility. And the third option, set up MFA for each workspace. Yes, customers do have access to set up MFA. Again, this lies under your responsibility. So there can be hundreds or thousands of variations of this question which talk about shared responsibility model. So it is very critical that you understand shared responsibility model, and there are definitely going to be some questions around this in your exam. So go through the link which is there on your screen. A company wants to build a serverless application that executes code in response to events such as changes to Amazon S3 buckets or updates to DynamoDB tables. They require a service that can automatically scale and handle the event-driven execution. Which AWS service should they use? Your options are Amazon Event Bridge, AWS Step Functions, AWS Lambda, Amazon SNS. This is one of the questions where question itself is the definition of the service, and correct answer in this case is AWS Lambda, which is a serverless compute service that allows you to run code without provisioning or managing servers.
It can be triggered by events such as changes to Amazon S3 buckets or updates to DynamoDB tables. Lambda automatically scales and executes code in response to events, which is one of the requirement in this case. Question number 152 of the series. Which of the following is the responsibility of client under the AWS shared responsibility model? You need to choose two options. Your options are decommission physical storage devices, control physical access to data centers, patch management of an Amazon EC2 instance operating system, security group and ACL configuration, patch management of an Amazon RDS instance operating system. Now, folks, whenever you have questions on shared responsibility model, then you just need to think whether do you have access to perform the activity that is being talked about in this question. If you think you have access to perform the activity, then most likely you would be the one who is responsible to do that. And if you don't have access, then it would be most likely AWS responsibility. So let's look at first option here. Decommission physical storage devices. You don't have access to physical infrastructure in any cloud computing vendor. So this is not your responsibility. This is AWS responsibility. Now, second option is control physical access to data centers. You don't even know where the data centers are hosted. You might know which region the data centers are in, but you would not know the exact location. So how would you control physical access to data centers? So again, this is not client's responsibility. The third option is patch management of an Amazon EC2 instance operating system. Now, Amazon EC2 is an infrastructure as a service where you have access to operating system. You are the one who is going to manage it. So it lies under your responsibility. Then the next option is security group and ACL configuration. Again, you do have access to create security groups and ACLs when you are creating EC2 instances. So this is something which is under your responsibility. And the last option, patch management of an Amazon RDS instance operating system. Now, Amazon RDS is a managed service. Whenever you are dealing with managed service, you don't have access to underlying infrastructure. So this is not your responsibility, and it is going to fall under AWS responsibility. Let's look at next question of the series. A company wants to migrate its on-premise web application to AWS. The application consists of multiple components, including a web server, application server, and database server. The company wants to ensure high availability and scalability for the application. Which AWS services should they use? Now, you are given a combination of different services and different options, and you need to tell which AWS services should the company use, and the requirements are given there. Whenever you have such questions, then most likely the answer would be a managed service because they are looking for high availability and scalability. And the correct answer in this case would be option D. Amazon ECS, or also called as Elastic Container Service, can be used to deploy and manage the web servers, application servers, and database servers component as containers. Now, the next service, Amazon Aurora, can be used as a managed database service for high availability and scalability. And the third option, which is part of option D, is AWS auto scaling, which can be utilized to automatically scale the application based on predefined conditions, making option D as a correct choice in this case. Next question. How should you grant an Amazon EC2 instance access to an Amazon S3 bucket in accordance with security best practices? Your options are modify the S3 bucket policy so any service can upload to it at any time. Have the EC2 instance assume a role to obtain the privileges to upload the file to S3 bucket. Hardcode an IAM user secret key and access key directly in the application and upload the file to S3 bucket. Store the IAM user secret and access key in a text file on the EC2 instance. Read the keys and then upload the file.
Now, the best practice for granting an Amazon EC2 instance access to an Amazon S3 bucket is to have the EC instance assume a role to obtain the necessary privileges. This approach provides a more secure and scalable solution compared to the other options which are mentioned in this question. Now let's look at why other options are not right. Option A, which is to modify the S3 bucket policy to allow any service to upload to it at any time, is not recommended because it grants overly broad access, potentially exposing the bucket to unauthorized access and misuse. Option C, hard coding an IAM user secret key and access key directly in the application is again highly discouraged. Hard coded credentials pose a significant security risk as they can be easily compromised if an attacker gains access to the application's code or environment. Option D, storing the IAM's user's access and secret key in a text file on the EC2 instance is also not recommended, because storing credentials in plain text increases the risk of unauthorized access and compromises the security of the account. So now you would have more idea around why option B has been chosen. Let's look at next question. A company wants to deploy a serverless application that requires long-running workflows and coordination between multiple microservices. They want to utilize and monitor the execution flow of their application. Which AWS service should they use? Your options are AWS Step Functions, AWS Batch, AWS Glue, Amazon SWF. There are many keywords in this question, such as serverless, long-running workflows, coordination between microservices, and these all are related to only one option, that is AWS Step Functions, which is a fully managed service that allows company to coordinate and visualize workflows for their serverless applications. It provides a graphical console to design, run, and monitor workflows. Step Functions is suitable for making and managing long-running workflows and coordinating microservices. Let's look at question 156. Which AWS service provides a quick and automated way to create and manage AWS accounts? Your options are AWS QuickSight, AWS Organizations, Amazon Lightsail, Amazon Connect. And the correct answer in this case is option B, AWS Organizations, which lets you create new accounts at no additional charge. With accounts in an organization, you can easily allocate resources, group accounts, and apply governance policies to accounts or groups. Some of the use cases are automate AWS account creation, which is what is being asked in this question. Then some of the other use cases are enable proactive protection with a dedicated security group. It also ensures user access to designated resources, and it also enables you to share common resources across accounts. Now, there have been many questions around different use cases of AWS organization throughout the series. So there can be many variations to this question. The different questions that you would have seen might seem same, but obviously there are different use cases that are being talked about in different options. So read the question carefully and see which use case is being talked about, because there can be different use cases of different AWS services. A company wants to migrate their existing relational database to AWS. They require a fully managed database service that offers high performance, scalability, and automated backups. Which AWS service should they use? Your options are Amazon RDS, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Elastic Cache, Amazon Redshift. And the correct answer here is option A, Amazon RDS, which is a fully managed relational database service that allows companies to migrate their existing databases to AWS. It offers high performance, scalability, and automated backups, making it suitable for migrating relational databases. Now, you might be tempted to choose DynamoDB here because it is also a managed service and does offer high availability, scalability, and automated backups as well. But remember, DynamoDB is a NoSQL database and is not suitable for migrating any existing relational database. So the keyword to answer this question is relational database, apart from obviously looking at high performance, scalability, and automated backups. Amazon Elastic Cache is an in-memory caching service, and Redshift is a fully managed data warehousing service here. So they are obviously not the correct choice in this case. Question number 158 of the series. Which scenarios should a user report to the AWS abuse team? You need to choose two options. Your options are SQL injection attack being made from an IP address that doesn't belong to AWS, a DDoS attack being made on an AWS resource, patch management of an Amazon EC2 instance operating system, a company's resource are being used in a way that is inconsistent with the corporate policy. AWS resources are being used to host objectionable or illegal content. A company is receiving HTTPS requests on a web server that is serving HTTP traffic. Now, the correct answers here are option B and option E. A DDoS attack being made on an AWS resource, and AWS resources are being used to host objectionable or illegal content. The abuse team, the AWS abuse team, can assist you when AWS resources are implicated in multiple abuse types. Now, the first one is web content or non-copyright intellectual property, that's objectionable content hosted on an AWS resource, which is what is option E in this case. Then they can help you with network activity that's originating from an AWS resource that causes problematic network traffic. And this can be an intrusion attempt, denial of service attack, port scanning, or any other abusive network activity, which is what is being talked about in option B, hence making option B and option E as the correct choice here. Now, there are more scenarios where AWS abuse team will be able to help you, and they include email abuse. Email abuse is basically an abusive email is sent from an AWS resource, or a spam content hosted on or sent from an AWS resource. They'll also help you with copyright issues that subject to content removal requests regarding the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Question number 159. A business needs to ensure that users of the AWS Management Console adhere to password complexity requirements or guidelines. How can the business customize the password complexity? Your options are use an AWS Organization Service Control Policy or SCP, use an AWS IAM account password policy, use an AWS IAM user policy, use an AWS Security Hub Managed Insight. To customize password complexity for users of the AWS Management Console, the business can utilize an AWS IAM account password policy. The account password policy can include various requirements, such as they might specify a minimum number of characters that password must contain, or they could enforce that a special character type, such as uppercase letters, lowercase letters, or special characters, so that password becomes more complex. They could also enforce a maximum password age, after which users will be prompted to change their password, or they could even prohibit users from reusing their previous passwords to ensure better security. And you could also set the number of failed logon attempts before an account is logged, and you could also set the duration of the lockout period. So these are all standard requirements that you might have seen in your corporate accounts, where you have to change passwords after a certain amount of time, and there are some complexities like case sensitive things, and you can't use your previous 3 passwords and so on. So this is what you can achieve in AWS as well using IAM account password policy. Next question. An organization wants to remove the necessity for pre-deployment estimation of infrastructure capacity. Additionally, the organization wants to spend money on cloud resources only when the resources are needed. Which AWS cloud feature best meets the organization's needs? Your options are reliability, global reach, pay-as-you-go pricing, economies of scale. Now, the cloud feature that best meets the organization need of removing the necessity for pre-deployment estimation of infrastructure capacity and spending money on cloud resources only when is needed is pay-as-you-go pricing. Now, with pay-as-you-go pricing, the organization can dynamically scale its infrastructure up or down based on demand without the need for upfront estimation. It allows the organization to spend money on cloud resources only when they are utilized. So basically, they are charged for the actual usage duration and resource consumption, which is what is pay-as-you-go pricing. Question number 161. How does consolidated billing help reduce costs for a company that has multiple AWS accounts? It aggregates usage across accounts so that the company can reach volume discount thresholds sooner. It gives AWS resellers the ability to bill their customers for usage. It provides a simplified billing invoice that the company can process more quickly than a standard invoice. It offers an additional 10% discount on purchases of all upfront reserved instances. Consolidated billing in AWS allows a company with multiple AWS accounts to combine the billing and payment of all those accounts into a single consolidated invoice. This has many advantages, including the ability to reduce costs through volume discounts. So the correct answer here is option A. It aggregates usage across accounts so that the company can reach volume discount thresholds sooner. Next question. Which disaster recovery option is the least expensive? Your options are backup and restore, multi-site, warm standby, pilot light. The least expensive disaster recovery option is backup and restore. It is the basic disaster recovery approach where regular backups of data and system are taken and stored securely. In the event of disaster, the data and systems can be restored from these backups. This method typically incurs low cost compared to other options as it does not involve maintaining additional infrastructure or resources in standby mode. But remember, when you are using backup and restore options, it comes with its own drawbacks as well, where RPO and RTO are high compared to the other options. So you need to weigh in the pros and cons when you are choosing the disaster recovery strategy for your business. But obviously, that is out of the scope for this question. In this question, the least expensive option is being asked, which is backup and restore. Question number 163. Which AWS support plan provides a full set of AWS Trusted Advisor checks? Your options are basic and developer support, business and basic support, business and enterprise support, developer and enterprise support. And the correct answer here is option C, business support and enterprise support. Now, with AWS basic support and AWS developer support, customers can access core security checks and checks for service quotas. But with AWS business and enterprise supports, customers can access all checks, including cost optimization, security, fault tolerance, performance, and service quotas as well. Next question. A company has infrastructure in one AWS region and is expanding operations to a second AWS region. The company is using the same AWS CloudFormation template in the second region that the company uses in the original region. The company attempts to launch Amazon EC2 on-demand instance in the second region and receives error messages. What could cause these error messages? The company cannot operate in a second region until it updates its AWS contracts. The company has not configured AWS budgets to monitor the budget for the EC2 instances. The requested EC2 instance types are not available in the second region. A new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instances. The correct answer here is option D. A new EC2 key pair has not been created for the EC2 instances. If you are using an existing key pair from the original region, it might not work in the second region because key pairs are specific to each region. You should create a new key pair for the second region and specify it in your CloudFormation template. Question number 165. A company is planning to migrate its on-premise infrastructure to AWS. They have a large number of virtual machines running different operating systems and applications. The company wants to simplify the migration process and minimize the impact on their existing systems. Which AWS service should they use? Your options are AWS Application Migration Service, AWS Snowball, AWS Data Sync, AWS Application Discovery Service. And the correct answer here is option A, AWS Application Migration Service, which is a highly automated lift and shift solution that simplifies, expedites, and reduces the cost of migrating applications to AWS. It also allows companies to lift and shift a large number of physical, virtual, or cloud servers without compatibility issues, performance disruptions, or long cutover windows, which is what is one of the requirement in this question. The statement which told us this was the company wants to simplify the migration process and minimize the impact on their existing systems. So they are looking for a short cutover window, or probably you can say a small maintenance window where their services are down. How does AWS charge for AWS Lambda usage once the free tier has been exceeded? You need to choose two options. By the number of versions of a specified Lambda function, by the time it takes for the Lambda function to execute, by the programming language that is used for the Lambda function, by the number of requests made for a given Lambda function, by the total number of Lambda functions in an AWS account. And the correct answers here are option B and option D. AWS bills based on the total compute time consumed by the Lambda function, which is measured in milliseconds. Now, the time is calculated from the moment the function starts executing to the moment it completes, which is why option B is correct. And AWS charges per request for the number of times a Lambda function is invoked. Each time the function is triggered, whether by an API call, event source, or any other means, it counts as a request. Hence, option D is also correct here. Next question. A user needs an automated security assessment report that will identify unintended network access to Amazon EC2 instances and vulnerabilities on those instances. Which AWS service will provide this assessment report? Your options are Amazon Inspector, EC2 Security Groups, AWS Config, Amazon Macy. And the correct answer here is option A, Amazon Inspector. Question number 168 of the series. AWS CloudFormation is designed to help the user with which of the following activities? Your options are set up data lakes, model and provision resources, update application code, create reports for billing. And the correct answer here would be option B, model and provision resources. Question number 169. Your organization needs to store large amounts of unstructured data in the cloud. Which AWS service is best suited for this purpose? Your options are Amazon S3, Amazon DynamoDB, AWS Snowball, AWS Storage Gateway. For storing large amount of unstructured data in the cloud, the best suited AWS service is Amazon S3, also called a simple storage service. I highly recommend you to go through my detailed video on Amazon S3, as you can expect to see multiple storage related questions in the exam. Let's look at question number 170 of the series. Your organization wants to grant temporary limited access to AWS resources for external partners without creating AWS IAM users. Which AWS service can help you achieve this? You need to select two options here. Now, the condition is the organization wants to grant temporary limited access to AWS resources for external partners, and they don't want to create the IAM users for those users. Your options here are AWS SSO, Amazon Cognito, AWS Directory Service, AWS IAM roles, AWS organizations. The two AWS services that can help you achieve this requirement basically to grant temporary limited access is Amazon Cognito and AWS IAM roles. With the Amazon Cognito, you can authenticate external partners and provide them with temporary limited access to specific AWS resources. It supports temporary security credentials to grant access to AWS services without the need for a long-term IAM user account, which is what is being asked in this question. Now, for the second one, when external partners need access to AWS resources, you can assume an IAM role temporarily, which grants them the necessary permissions. These temporary credentials provided by IAM roles have an expiration time, ensuring limited access. Next question. A company has a AWS managed IAM policy that does not grant the necessary permissions for users to accomplish required tasks. How can this be resolved? Your options are use a third-party web application firewall managed rule from the AWS Marketplace, enable AWS Shield Advanced, use AWS Key Management Service KMS to create a customer managed key, create a custom IAM policy. And the correct answer here is create a custom IAM policy. Creating a custom IAM policy allows you to define and fine-tune the specific permission required for individual users, groups, or roles in your AWS account. By creating this, you can grant the precise permission needed to perform the required tasks without providing unnecessary access, which also follows the AWS principle of least privilege. Question number 172 of the series. Which AWS service is designed to help users who want to use machine learning for natural language processing (NLP) but do not have experience in machine learning? AWS Recognition, AWS Deep Learning AMIs, Amazon Comprehend, Amazon SageMaker. And the correct answer here is Amazon Comprehend, which is an AWS service designed to help users who want to use machine learning for natural language processing but do not have experience in machine learning. So basically, you can notice the question here is just the definition of Amazon Comprehend service. So you can expect to see some questions in the exam where they have just mentioned the definition of a AWS service in the question, and then in the answer options you have multiple options which are different AWS services. So it is very important that you know which AWS service corresponds to which functionality, because these questions are the easiest ones. Okay. So Amazon Comprehend basically uses pre-trained machine learning models to analyze and extract insights from unstructured text data such as sentiment analysis, entity recognition, language detection, key phrase extraction, and topic modeling. Question number 173 of the series. A running Amazon EC2 instance will be interrupted if capacity becomes temporarily unavailable. In which of the following pricing models? Your options are on-demand instances, spot instances, standard reserved instances, convertible reserved instances. In the spot instance pricing model, you can bid for unused EC2 instance capacity in the AWS cloud. The price of a spot instance fluctuates based on supply and demand for instance capacity. If your bid price exceeds the current spot price, your instance will be launched and run as long as the spot price remains below your bid price. However, because spot instances are based on unused capacity, there might be situations where the capacity becomes temporarily unavailable due to increased demand from other users or the need for AWS to reclaim the capacity.
In such cases, AWS may terminate spot instances with a 2-minute warning, allowing you to gracefully handle the interruption and save your work. So it is always recommended that if you want to use spot instances for cost saving, then you do not put the workloads that cannot handle interruption on those instances. If you have such workloads which can handle interruptions and you are looking for cost saving, then spot instances are best for you. But if your application cannot handle interruptions, then spot instance is not something which is recommended for your use. Next question. You are the security officer in your organization and want a list of any potential vulnerabilities in Amazon EC2 security groups. Which AWS service should you use? Your options are AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Guard Duty, AWS CloudTrail, AWS Artifact. And the correct answer here is AWS Trusted Advisor. Now, there is a link on your screen at the moment, which will be available in the description section of this video. Go through the link to understand more about how AWS Trusted Advisor can help you in determining any potential vulnerabilities in Amazon EC2 security groups. Question number 175 of the series. If a user has an AWS account with an enterprise level AWS support plan, who is the primary point of contact for billing or account inquiries? Your options are AWS Concierge Support Team, AWS Marketplace Seller, AWS Partner Network Partner, Solutions Architect. AWS Concierge Support Team provides personalized white glove support for enterprise level AWS support customers. They serve as the primary contact for any billing account or general inquiries related to the AWS account. Next question. Which of the following are categories of recommendations provided by AWS Trusted Advisor? You need to choose 3 options here. Now your options are cost optimization, high availability, fault tolerance, least privilege access, and performance. And the correct answers are now on your screen, which are cost optimization, fault tolerance, and performance. Again, I have a link on my screen, which you can use to read about different type of recommendations that are made by AWS Trusted Advisor. Now, for the sake of this video, apart from these 3, it also provides recommendations related to fault tolerance and service quotas. So total, it provides recommendations for 5 categories: cost optimization, fault tolerance, performance, service quotas. Let's look at question number 177. Which of the following AWS service would enable you to share reserved instances across multiple accounts that your company manages? Your options are AWS CloudFormation, AWS Organizations, Amazon CloudWatch, AWS Direct Connect. And the correct answer here is AWS Organization, which is a service that helps you centrally manage and govern multiple AWS accounts within your organization. It allows you to create groups of accounts and apply policy to these groups. One of the features provided by AWS organizations is the ability to share reserved instances between member accounts in an organization. Question number 178. Which service provides a highly available and elastic NFS file system for both cloud-based and on-premise servers? Your options are Amazon S3, Amazon S3 Glacier, Amazon Elastic File System, also called as EFS, Amazon Elastic Block Store, also called as EBS. EFS is designed to provide a simple and scalable file storage solution for cloud-based and on-premise servers. EFS supports the NFS protocol, which is Network File System Protocol, making it compatible with a wide range of operating system and applications. Next question. Your company is moving their data storage from on-premise to cloud. You are tasked with evaluating different approaches for data warehousing. Which AWS service should you use that provides a managed data warehousing solution and supports columnar storage up to a petabyte scale? Your options are Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift, AWS Database Migration Service, Amazon Aurora. Now in the question, you can see there is a talk about moving the data storage from on-premise to cloud. However, the gist of the question is to talk about a service which is providing you the capability of data warehousing and also supports columnar storage. So there are some distractors in the question. That's why it's very important you drill down to what is the gist of the question and then try to look for the answers. Now, the AWS service that provides a managed data warehousing solution and supports columnar storage is Amazon Redshift. Let's look at why others are not correct. DynamoDB is a managed NoSQL database service that is ideal for applications requiring high performance, low latency access to data at any scale. Therefore, it is not the correct answer as it is not a data warehousing solution. AWS Database Migration Service is a service that helps migrate databases to AWS. But again, it is not a data warehousing solution. That's why I told you to look at the gist of the question. Now, if you look at the first statement where it says your company is moving their data storage from on-premise to cloud, you might be tempted to the option AWS Database Migration Service, but that's not correct here. Amazon Aurora is a relational database engine that is fully compatible with MySQL and PostgreSQL. While that is an excellent choice for transactional workloads, it is not designed for data warehousing solution, which leaves us with only one option, which is option B, Amazon Redshift, which is the correct answer. Next question. Which element of the AWS global infrastructure enables caching of assets in a global content delivery network to reduce latency for end users? Your options are region, local zone, availability zone, edge location. And the correct answer here is edge location. Edge locations are part of the AWS content delivery network and are distributed data centers located in different geographic locations across the world. These edge locations serve as caching endpoints and are responsible for delivering content, including static files, videos, images, and other assets to users with low latency and high data transfer speeds. When a user requests the content is cached at the nearest edge location, reducing the round trip time and improving the overall performance for end users in that region.
How can a user safeguard against AWS service outages in the event of a widespread natural disaster? Your options are store application artifacts using AWS Artifact and replicate them across multiple AWS regions, deploy applications across multiple AWS regions, use a hybrid cloud computing deployment model within the geographic region, deploy applications across multiple availability zones within an AWS region. To safeguard against AWS service outages in the event of a widespread natural disaster, deploying application across multiple regions is a recommended strategy. This approach helps distribute the workload and resources across different geographical locations, reducing the impact of a potential service disruption caused by a natural disaster. Next question. Who is responsible for configuration management under the AWS shared responsibility model? Your options are, it is solely the responsibility of AWS, it is solely the responsibility of the customer, it is shared between AWS and the customer, it is not part of AWS shared responsibility model. Configuration management under the AWS shared responsibility model is shared between AWS and the customer. AWS maintains the configuration of its infrastructure resources, whereas customer is responsible for managing their own guest operating systems, databases, applications, and so on. Question number 183 of the series. You are designing a global application that requires low latency search capabilities. How can you achieve this using Amazon Cloud Search? Your options are: deploy Amazon Cloud Search in a single region closest to the majority of users. Deploy Amazon Cloud Search in multiple regions and use Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing. Use Amazon CloudFront to cache search results from a single search domain. Deploy Amazon Cloud Search with a cross-region replication setup. To achieve low latency search capabilities for a global application, you should deploy Amazon Cloud Search in multiple AWS regions. Strategically placing instances of your search domain in regions that are geographically closer to your users. By doing this, you can distribute the search load and reduce latency for users accessing the search functionality. Using Amazon Route 53 with latency-based routing allows you to direct user requests to the cloud search instance in the region that provides the lowest latency for each user's location. This ensures that users are automatically routed to the nearest available cloud search instance, optimizing response times and providing a better user experience. The combination of this option, which is option B, is the correct answer. Question number 184 of the series. Which of the following are best practices when using AWS organizations? You need to choose two options. Your options are: do not use tags for billing, do not use AWS organizations to automate AWS account creation, create accounts per department, disable CloudTrail on multiple accounts, restrict account privileges using service control policies. Two of the best practices when using AWS organizations are to create accounts per department and restrict account privileges using service control policies. Creating account per department allows you to organize your AWS resources based on your organizational structure and manage them more effectively. It provides a clear separation of resources and responsibilities, which can help with cost management and resource allocation. On the other hand, service control policies allow you to set fine-grained permissions at the organization level, controlling what actions can be performed in member accounts. This helps enforce security and compliance policies across your organization. Next question. Which of the following AWS service enables conventional SQL queries against stored datasets directly from Amazon S3? Your options are AWS Glue, AWS Code Commit, Amazon Cloud Search, Amazon Athena. Amazon Athena enables conventional SQL queries against stored datasets directly from Amazon S3. It allows you to analyze data stored in Amazon S3 using standard SQL queries without the need to set up and manage complex data warehouses or infrastructure. This makes it a powerful tool for querying and analyzing large data sets stored in S3. Next question. Your application experiences sudden spikes in traffic at unpredictable intervals. You want to ensure that your application can handle these spikes automatically without manual intervention. Which feature of Amazon EC2 auto-scaling can help achieve this? Your options are scheduled scaling, predictive scaling, dynamic scaling, and elastic scaling. Amazon EC2's auto-scaling dynamic scaling feature allows your application to automatically handle sudden spikes in traffic by automatically adjusting the number of instances running based on the defined scaling policies. This helps ensure that application can scale up or down as needed to maintain performance and availability without requiring manual intervention. Question number 187 of the series. Which of the following services can be utilized to automate infrastructure? You need to choose two options. Your options are Amazon CloudFront, AWS CloudFormation, AWS Batch, Amazon QuickSight, AWS OpsWorks. The services that can be utilized to automate infrastructure from the options provided here are AWS CloudFormation and AWS OpsWorks. AWS CloudFormation allows you to define and provision your AWS infrastructure as code using templates. It enables you to automate the creation, modification, and deletion of resources in a consistent and repeatable manner. AWS OpsWorks is a configuration management service that enables you to automate the deployment and management of applications and infrastructure. It supports Chef and Puppet for defining and automating configurations. The other options, Amazon CloudFront, AWS Batch, and Amazon QuickSight, are not primarily used for infrastructure automation. Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service. AWS Batch is a service for running batch computing workloads, and Amazon QuickSight is a business intelligence and data visualization service. Let's look at next question. Which of the following guidelines constitutes a well-architectured design philosophy for cloud application development? Your options are provision resources for peak capacity, keep static data closer to compute resources, use tightly coupled components, design for automated recovery from failure. The guideline that constitutes a well-architected design philosophy for cloud application deployment is designed for automated recovery from failure. This guideline emphasizes building applications that can automatically detect and recover from failures without manual intervention. This promotes high availability and reliability in the cloud environment. Question number 189. Your organization is undergoing a comprehensive security audit, and you need to provide auditors with the evidence of the security controls implemented in your AWS environment. What type of documents can you access in AWS Artifact to fulfill this requirement? Your options are performance metrics of your Amazon EC2 instances, service level agreement details for Amazon S3, compliance reports and artifacts, AWS identity and access management user passwords. AWS Artifact provides access to various compliance-related documents, reports, and artifacts that can help you demonstrate the security controls and compliance measures implemented in your AWS environment. This includes documents such as AWS Shared Responsibility Model, compliance reports such as SOC reports, certifications such as ISO or PCI DSS, and other relevant documentation that can be provided to auditors as evidence of the security controls in place. Next question. Your application is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances with auto-scaling configured. You want to ensure that when an instance fails, it is replaced quickly and the application's performance is maintained. Which setting should you configure to achieve this? Your options are set a low minimum instance count and a high maximum instance count, set a low cooldown period and a high instance termination policy, set a low desired capacity and a high instance launch configuration, set a low health check grace period and a high desired capacity. To ensure that failed instances are replaced quickly and the application performance is maintained, you should configure a low health check grace period and a high desired capacity for your auto-scaling group. By setting a low health check grace period, you ensure that the new instance is quickly evaluated for health and can start serving traffic as soon as it is ready. The health check grace period is the time Amazon EC2 autoscaling waits before it starts checking the health status of a newly launched instance. The desired capacity setting in autoscaling specifies the desired number of instances running at any given time. By setting a high desired capacity, you ensure that the autoscaling group maintains a sufficient number of instances even in the event of failure, which helps maintain application performance. When an instance fails, the high desired capacity will prompt autoscaling to quickly launch replacement instances to maintain the desired capacity. So folks, if you are liking the content, then hit like and subscribe the channel. If you have any doubts till now, post them in the comment section and I'll answer them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, let's get to next question. How can AWS most effectively assist a startup in cutting down its computing costs? Your options are by automating the provisioning of individual developer environments, by automating customer relationship management, by providing on-demand resources for peak usage, by implementing a fixed monthly computing budget. AWS offers services that allow startups to dynamically scale their computing resources or down based on actual demand. This elasticity helps optimize costs by avoiding over-provisioning and paying only for the resources used during peak times. With services like Amazon EC2 autoscaling and Amazon RDS autoscaling, startups can automatically adjust their resources capacity to meet traffic patterns. Question number 192 of the series. A workload hosted on AWS will continue to operate indefinitely by using a steady number of Amazon EC2 instances. Which pricing strategy will decrease costs while assuring the availability of computational resources? Your options are reserved instances, dedicated hosts, on-demand instances, and spot instances. The pricing strategy that will decrease costs while assuring the availability of computational resources for a workload hosted on AWS is reserved instances. You might be tempted to spot instances here as they are more cost effective than reserved instances, but are not suitable for workloads that require continuous availability, which is the key to answer this question, as they can be disrupted if the spot instances price exceeds your bid. You can see the question says which pricing strategy will decrease costs while assuring the availability of computational resources. If the last line, while assuring the availability of computational resources, wasn't there, then spot instances would have been right choice. But you need to ensure that your resources are available, so you will choose reserved instances in this case. Next question. Which type of VPN connection is recommended for connecting large-scale on-premise networks to multiple Amazon VPCs across different regions? Your options are remote VPN, client VPN, software VPN, hardware VPN. The type of VPN connection that is recommended for connecting large-scale on-premise networks to multiple Amazon VPCs across different regions is hardware VPN. A hardware VPN connection uses physical devices such as VPN appliances to establish a secure and dedicated connection between your on-premise network and Amazon VPCs. This type of connection is suitable for scenarios where you need to connect large-scale networks, provide high throughput, and establish connectivity across different regions. Hardware VPN connections can offer consistent performance and are often chosen for more demanding network requirements. Question number 194 of the series. What is the purpose of a compliance report in AWS Artifact? Your options are to generate custom audit reports based on user-defined criteria, to provide real-time security alerts for AWS resources, to track changes made to AWS services and resources, to document AWS compliance with industry standards. The correct answer here is to document AWS compliance with industry standards. Next question. Which metrics should you monitor closely to determine if Amazon EC2 autoscaling is effectively adjusting the number of instances in your autoscaling group? Your options are CPU utilization, disk space usage, network throughput, DNS queries per second. Monitoring CPU utilization is a crucial metric to determine if Amazon EC2 autoscaling is effectively adjusting the number of instances in your autoscaling group. CPU utilization reflects the workload and processing demand of your instances. When CPU utilization is high, it indicates that the instances are working at or near their capacity, which could lead to degraded performance or response times. In such cases, the autoscaling should trigger scaling actions to launch additional instances to handle the increased load. Similarly, when CPU utilization is low, autoscaling can reduce the number of instances to save resources. While other metrics like disk space usage, network throughput, and DNS queries per second are important for overall system health and performance monitoring, CPU utilization is directly related to the processing load on the instances and is typically a primary factor in triggering scaling actions, making it the correct choice in this case. A company has performance and regulatory requirements that call for it to run its workload only in its on-premise data center. Which AWS service or resource should the company use? You need to choose two options, and your options are Amazon Pinpoint, Amazon WorkLink, AWS Outposts, AWS AppSync, AWS Snowball Edge. Given the requirement to run the workloads only in the on-premise data center, the company should consider AWS Outposts and AWS Snowball Edge. AWS Outposts allow you to extend AWS infrastructure and services to your on-premise data center. This service enables you to run AWS services locally while still being able to connect to the broader AWS ecosystem. It is suitable for meeting regulatory requirements while maintaining the performance benefits of the cloud. AWS Snowball Edge is a data transfer and edge computing device that can be used in on-premise environments. While its primary purpose is data transfer, it can also perform edge computing tasks, making it a suitable choice for certain workloads that need to be executed on-premise. Question number 197 of the series. Which of the following is the best practice to consider while designing your service architecture? Your options are build a single application component that can handle all the application functionality, design tightly coupled components, avoid monolithic architecture by segmenting workloads, make large changes on fewer iterations to reduce chances of failure. The best practice to consider while designing your service architecture is to avoid monolithic architecture by segmenting workloads. Monolithic architecture refers to building an application as a single, tightly integrated unit. While this approach may seem simple at first, it often leads to scalability, maintainability, and agility issues as the application grows. Segmenting workloads involves breaking down your application into smaller, loosely coupled components or services. This microservice or service-oriented architecture approach allows for greater flexibility, scalability, and ease of maintenance. Each component can be developed, deployed, or scaled independently, which can result in improved fault tolerance and easier troubleshooting. Next question. How does the scale of cloud computing help you to save costs? Your options are you can quickly deploy application to customers and provide them with low latency. Accessing services on demand helps to prevent access or limited capacity. You don't have to invest in technology resources before using them. The aggregated cloud usage from a large number of customers results in lower pay-as-you-go pricing. Cloud computing allows you to provision and use computing resources such as virtual machines, storage, and database on an as-need basis. You only pay for the resources you use when you use them. This on-demand model contrasts with traditional on-premise data centers where you would typically have to purchase and maintain hardware in advance, often leading to either excess capacity, which is costly, or limited capacity, which can hinder business operations. So basically, how does the scale of cloud computing help you save cost? Accessing services on demand helps to prevent excess or limited capacity. Next question. Which of the following AWS service can a business use to identify and reroute customers to other servers in the event of a web server outage? Your options are Amazon Route 53, Amazon CloudFront, Amazon GuardDuty, AWS Trusted Advisor. Correct answer here is Amazon Route 53. Amazon Route 53 DNS failover capabilities can help redirect traffic to alternative servers or resources, ensuring continuity of service in the event of a failure. Let's understand how does DNS failover work. If a health check determines that a resource is unhealthy, Route 53 automatically reroutes traffic to healthy resources, ensuring service continuity. Question number 200 of the series. A business wishes to improve its capacity for infrastructure recovery in the event of a natural catastrophe. This capability corresponds to which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework? Your options are security, reliability, performance efficiency, cost optimization. The capability to improve infrastructure recovery in the event of a natural catastrophe corresponds to the reliability pillar of the AWS well-architected framework. Reliability is all about ensuring that your system can recover from failures, including natural disasters. It encompasses strategies like redundancy, backup, and restore processes, disaster recovery plans, and high availability configurations to minimize downtime and data loss. In the event of the AWS well-architected framework, in the context of the AWS well-architected framework, improving infrastructure recovery to handle natural catastrophes is a key aspect of building reliable systems that can continue to operate even in adverse conditions. Next question. A business wishes to downsize its infrastructure in order to save money. At which of the following stages should the business downsize? You need to choose two options. Your options are right size when AWS supports calls and explains that right sizing is required, right size before a migration occurs to the cloud, right size when seasonal workloads are at their peak, right size continuously after the cloud onboarding process, right size after purchasing all reserved instances. Right sizing before migration to the cloud is crucial to ensure that you are not over provisioning or under provisioning resources. By right sizing before migration, you can avoid unnecessary costs from the start and ensure that your cloud environment is cost effective from the beginning. And right sizing is an ongoing process. After you have migrated your workloads to the cloud, it is essential to continuously monitor resource utilization and adjust your infrastructure to match your actual needs. This ensures that you are not over-provisioned and are optimizing costs based on changing workloads, patterns, and requirements. Next question. Which of the following AWS service or functionality gives advice to customers about frequently asked billing questions? Your options are Amazon Pinpoint, AWS Marketplace, Amazon Connect, AWS Knowledge Center. The AWS service or functionality that gives advice to customers about frequently asked billing questions is AWS Knowledge Center. The AWS Knowledge Center provides a wealth of information, including answers to common billing questions, FAQs, and resources to help customers understand their AWS bills, pricing, and billing related best practices. It's a valuable resource for AWS customers seeking guidance on billing and cost management. So folks, let's look at question number 203 of the series now. How can AWS customers benefit from deploying their applications across several availability zones? Your options are: the application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. There is a lower risk of service failure if a natural disaster causes a service disruption in a given AWS region. There will be decreased application latency that will improve the user experience. There will be better coverage as availability zones are geographically distant and can serve a wider area. The correct answer here is option A. The application will have higher availability because it can withstand a service disruption in one availability zone. Next question. A customer with an AWS basic support subscription has discovered that their AWS resources are being used for unauthorized purposes. What is the preferred mechanism for the user to notify AWS of the activity? Your options are: contact the AWS technical account manager, contact the AWS abuse team, contact the AWS concierge support team, contact the AWS support team. In the scenario where a customer with an AWS basic support subscription has discovered that their AWS resources are being used for unauthorized purposes, the preferred mechanism for the user to notify AWS of the activity is to contact the AWS abuse team. If the question probably said that the customer has AWS enterprise support, the preferred mechanism for notifying AWS of unauthorized activity would be to contact the AWS concierge support team. So always pay attention to the keywords being talked about, which type of support plan the customer has, because based on that, the answers will change. Question number 205 of the series. You have been tasked with deploying an Amazon EC2 instance which has already been configured. Which of the following AWS capabilities allows you to do so? Your options are: Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon Machine Image, Amazon EC2 Systems Manager, Amazon App Stream 2.0. To deploy an Amazon EC2 instance that has already been configured, you would typically use an Amazon Machine Image, also called as AMI. An AMI is a pre-configured virtual machine image that contains the necessary software, operating system, and configurations. You can launch EC2 instances from an AMI, which allows you to replicate the exact configuration on multiple instances. Next question. Which relational database service is an iteration of MySQL and only available in AWS? Your options are Postgres, Aurora, MariaDB, and Redshift. Amazon Aurora is a fully managed high-performance relational database engine that is compatible with MySQL and PostgreSQL. It offers features such as high availability, automatic backups, and seamless scaling, making it a popular choice for MySQL-compatible database workloads on AWS. A company wants to migrate its application to the AWS cloud. The company plans to identify and prioritize any business transformation opportunities and evaluate its AWS cloud readiness. Which AWS service or tool should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are AWS Migration Hub, AWS Managed Services, AWS Cloud Adoption Framework, AWS Well-Architected Framework. To identify and prioritize business transformation opportunities and evaluate AWS cloud readiness, the company should use the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework. The AWS Cloud Adoption Framework provides a structured approach for organizations to plan and execute their cloud migration and transformation journey. It helps businesses align their business objectives with technical and organizational strategies, assess their current readiness for cloud adoption, and develop a prioritized plan for migrating applications and workloads to the AWS cloud. It also includes best practices and guidelines for achieving a successful cloud adoption. Let's now look at the purpose of other services or tools in the question. AWS Migration Hub provides a centralized place to track the progress of application migrations across multiple AWS and partner solutions. AWS Managed Services, also called as AMS, is designed to operate AWS infrastructure on behalf of an organization. It provides ongoing management, monitoring, and operational support for AWS resources. And the last one, AWS Well-Architected Framework provides best practices for designing and operating reliable, secure, efficient, and cost-effective systems in the AWS cloud. Next question. A company is launching a critical business application in an AWS region. How can the company increase resilience for this application? Your options are: deploy the application in multiple VPCs, deploy the application in multiple subnets, deploy the copy of application in another AWS account, deploy the application in multiple availability zones. Let's start with first two options where application is being deployed in multiple VPCs or subnets. Deploying the application in multiple VPCs is a good practice for network isolation and security, but is not primarily a resilience strategy within a single AWS region. It's more about segmenting different parts of your infrastructure or isolating environments. Deploying the application in multiple subnets within the same availability zone is useful for improving fault tolerance within that AZ, but does not increase resilience, which is why both the options are incorrect. Third option, which is deploying a copy of the application in another AWS account, might be part of a disaster recovery or a cross-account strategy, but it does not inherently increase resilience within the same AWS region. It's more about ensuring business continuity in case of account level issues or disasters. This leaves us with option D, which is the correct answer here. To increase resilience for a critical business application in an AWS region, the company should deploy the application in multiple availability zones. Availability zones, also referred as AZs, are physically separate data centers within an AWS region. They are designed to be isolated from each other in terms of power, cooling, and network connectivity. Deploying an application in multiple AZs ensures that even if one AZ experiences issues or downtime, the application can continue running in another AZ without disruption. Next question. A web developer wants to use machine learning to classify images that are uploaded to a website. Which AWS service or feature can be used to implement this requirement? Your options are Amazon Transcribe, Amazon Mechanical Turk, Amazon Recognition, Amazon SageMaker Clarify. To implement image classification for images uploaded to a website, the AWS service that can be used is Amazon Recognition. Amazon Recognition is a deep learning based image and video analysis service that can be used for various computer vision tasks, including image classification. You can use it to automatically detect objects, scenes, and faces in images, as well as create custom image classification models tailored to your specific needs. It's a suitable choice for developers looking to implement image classification in their web applications. Question number 210 of the series. A company needs a low-code visual workflow service that developers can use to build distributed applications. You need to build distributed applications. This is the key word here. Which AWS service is designed to meet this requirement? Your options are AWS Step Functions, AWS Config, AWS CloudWatch, AWS Lambda. The AWS service designed to meet the requirement for a low-code visual workflow service that developers can use to build distributed applications is AWS Step Functions. AWS Step Functions allow you to build applications from individual building blocks called states in a visual and low-code manner. It helps you coordinate distributed applications and microservices using visual workflows, making it easier for developers to design, author, and maintain complex workflows and integrations between different AWS services. Which of the following perspective of AWS Cloud Adoption Framework focuses on identifying capability gaps and helping your organization align its readiness for cloud adoption? Your options are envision, align, launch, scale. The align perspective is the correct choice here. This perspective focuses on identifying capability gaps, assessing an organization's current state, and aligning the organization's people, processes, and technology to prepare for successful cloud adoption. It involves creating a detailed plan for migration, setting up a governance structure, and aligning stakeholders. Now let's look at why other options are incorrect. Envision perspective in the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework is focused on creating a shared vision and understanding of what cloud adoption means for the organization, its goals, and its stakeholders. It deals with setting the direction and establishing a business case for cloud adoption. The launch perspective in the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework is about executing the cloud adoption plan developed during the envision and align phases. It involves actually migrating workloads and applications to the cloud. That's the meaning of launch word. The scale perspective pertains to optimizing and expanding cloud adoption after the initial migration. It involves leveraging the cloud's benefits to increase efficiency and scalability. So folks, this is the key differences between different perspectives of AWS Cloud Adoption Framework. You can have different questions around AWS Cloud Adoption Framework in your exam, and this part of the series is focused around different questions around Cloud Adoption Framework. So stay tuned with me till the end to see more questions around Cloud Adoption Framework. Question number 212 of the series. A company needs software solutions that are hosted on the AWS platform or that are integrated with the AWS platform. The company needs solutions from independent software vendors as well as management and security vendors. Which group or team can provide these solutions? Your options are AWS Concierge Support, AWS Technical Account Managers, AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners, AWS Partner Network Technology Partners. Let's look at all the options from start. So the first one is AWS Concierge Support. It typically provides accounts and billing related support. While they can help you with basic AWS services, they are not typically focused on providing software solutions, so an incorrect choice. AWS TAMs can help you with technical guidance and best practices for your AWS environment. They can provide architectural advice and support. While they may have knowledge about various software solutions, their primary role is to assist with your AWS infrastructure, making them an incorrect choice. Now, AWS Partner Network Consulting Partners are consulting firms or agencies that offer professional services, including architectural design, implementation, and optimization of AWS solutions. They can help you design and implement software solutions that are hosted on or integrated with AWS, but they can provide you with a range of services to meet your specific needs, which again makes them an incorrect choice here. This leaves us with only one option, which is AWS Partner Network Technology Partners, which is the correct choice here. These partners are independent software vendors that offer software solutions that are integrated with AWS services. They have developed software products that can be used with AWS services such as security, management, and other categories. These technology partners can provide you with software solutions that meet your requirements. Question number 213 of the series. Which of the following is an example of a decoupled, scalable, and cloud-based application? Your options are an application load balancer, web server, and database server that support a monolithic application, a legacy database server that is running on the maximum instance size supported by its license, a web page that is hosted on Amazon S3 and uses AWS Lambda to update an Amazon DynamoDB database, a mail and log application that runs a single Amazon EC2 instance. The example that best represents a decoupled, scalable, and cloud-based application is a web page that is hosted on Amazon S3 and uses AWS Lambda to update an Amazon DynamoDB database. Next question. A company wants to automate the retention, creation, and deletion of Amazon Elastic Block Store snapshots. Which AWS service or feature can the company use to meet this requirement? Your options are AWS Systems Manager, AWS Organizations, Amazon Data Lifecycle Manager, Amazon S3 Lifecycle Policies. Amazon Data Lifecycle Manager is a correct choice and is a service designed to manage the lifecycle of EBS snapshots. It allows you to create a snapshot lifecycle policies that automate the process of taking and managing snapshots. You can define policies to create snapshots on a schedule, retain snapshots for a specific duration, and delete older snapshots that are no longer needed. This helps in ensuring data retention and efficient management of your EBS snapshots. Question number 215. Which action is consistent with the principle of least privilege in terms of AWS cloud architecture? Your options are assign permissions that are based on job titles, allow users the minimum access that is needed to do a task, provide only the permissions that are needed for users to do their jobs in the current month, prevent managers from accessing important source code. The correct answer here would be allow users the minimum access that is needed to do a task. Next question. A company has an Amazon S3 bucket containing images of scanned financial invoices. The company is building an artificial intelligence-based application on AWS. The company wants the application to identify and read total balance amounts on the invoices. Which AWS service can be used to implement this requirement? Your options are Amazon Kickstart, Amazon Lex, Amazon Recognition, Amazon Forecast. To implement the requirement of identifying and reading total balance amounts on scanned financial invoices, you should use Amazon Kickstart, which is a service specifically designed for extracting text and data from scanned documents, including invoices. It uses machine learning to detect and extract information, making it well suited for tasks like reading and extracting numerical data, such as total balance amounts from invoices. The other services mentioned here have different use cases. Amazon Lex is a service for building conversational interfaces, which is chatbots, and is not designed for OCR, which is optical character recognition or data extraction from invoices. Amazon Recognition is primarily used for image and video analysis, including facial recognition and object detection, but it's not optimized for OCR or invoice data extraction. Then the final one, Amazon Forecast, is a service for time series forecasting, which is unrelated to the specific requirement of extracting data from invoices. Next question. Which of the following activities will be considered out of scope for AWS support? Your options are answering how-to questions on AWS services and features, troubleshooting AWS APIs, solving problems detected by Amazon EC2 health checks, tuning database queries. AWS support provides technical support for AWS services and features, which includes answering how-to questions, resolving API and service issues, and also providing guidance and best practices. However, tuning database queries is typically considered the responsibility of the customer or the application development team. It involves optimizing the database schema, indexing, and query structure to improve performance. AWS support can provide guidance and recommendations on best practices for database optimization, but actual query tuning would be out of scope for their services. Folks, before we move forward, I want to bring to your attention that I offer channel memberships now. By becoming a member, you will unlock exclusive content, including videos, PDFs, private chat rooms, and career advice sessions. If you are looking for support or additional study resources, think about joining the membership level that aligns with your requirements. Question number 218 of the series. Which AWS service or tool provides recommendations to help users get right-sized Amazon EC2 instances based on historical workload usage data? Your options are AWS App Runner, AWS Systems Manager, AWS Compute Optimizer, AWS Pricing Calculator. Let's look at the services. AWS App Runner is a service for deploying containerized application, but it does not provide right-sizing recommendations, so it is an incorrect choice. The second option, AWS Systems Manager, is a collection of tools for managing and automating AWS resources, including EC2 instances, but it doesn't focus specifically on right-sizing recommendations, so again, an incorrect choice. The third one, AWS Compute Optimizer, uses machine learning to analyze historical usage data and make recommendations on the most appropriate EC2 instance types and size to optimize performance and reduce costs, which makes it a correct choice here. Before we move ahead, the last service, AWS Pricing Calculator, is a tool for estimating the cost of AWS services, but does not provide right-sizing recommendations based on historical workload usage data. A company wants to push VPC flow logs to an Amazon S3 bucket. Which of the following actions will be company's responsibility? Your options are managing the encryption options on the S3 bucket, managing the data in transit, managing the operating system updates on the S3 bucket, managing the infrastructure that runs the S3 bucket. The correct answer here would be managing the encryption options on the S3 bucket. Even though all S3 buckets have configured encryption by default and objects are automatically encrypted by using server-side encryption with Amazon S3 managed keys, but you can gain more control over the encryption by managing your own keys. You can choose between server-side encryption with AWS Key Management Service or dual-layer server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys as well. Which perspective of the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework encourages the development of well-architected cloud-focused application? Your options are platform, operations, governance, security. The platform perspective within the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework focuses on providing guidelines and best practices for building and designing applications and systems that are optimized for the cloud. It encourages the adoption of well-architected principles and cloud-native design patterns to ensure that applications are scalable, reliable, performant, and cost-effective in the AWS environment. Let's move to next question. A company is looking for a managed machine learning service that can recommend products based on a customer's previous behaviors. Which AWS service can be used for this requirement? Your options are Amazon Pinpoint, Amazon SageMaker, Amazon Personalize, Amazon Comprehend. For recommending products based on a customer's previous behavior, you can use Amazon Personalize, which is a machine learning service specifically designed for building personalized product recommendations, content recommendations, and search recommendations. It leverages users' behavior data such as page views and purchase history to create individualized recommendations for customers. It's a great choice for implementing personalized recommendation systems. Next question. A company is planning to migrate to the AWS cloud. The company wants to identify measurable business outcomes that will explain the value of company's decision to migrate. Which phase of the cloud transformation journey includes these activities? Your options are envision, align, launch, or scale. The activities related to identifying measurable business outcomes that explain the value of companies' decision to migrate to the AWS cloud are typically part of envision phase of the cloud transformations journey. In the envision phase, organizations define their cloud strategy and create a business case for migration. This includes identifying the business objectives and expected outcomes of the cloud migration. Measurable business outcomes such as cost savings, improved agility, enhanced scalability, and increased revenue are established during this phase to justify and guide the migration project. A company wants to use guidelines from the AWS well-architected framework to limit human error and facilitate consistent responses to events. Which of the following is a well-architected design principle that will meet these requirements? Your options are migrate workloads to a dedicated host, use AWS code deploy, perform operation as code, use AWS compute optimizer. The correct answer here would be performing operation as code, often referred to as infrastructure as code. Involves defining, provisioning, and managing infrastructure and resources in a programmatic and automated manner. This approach reduces the potential for human error in manual operations and ensures consistency and repeatability in how resources are configured and managed. It is a core principle in the AWS well-architected framework for building and maintaining reliable and efficient systems on AWS. Question number 224 of the series. A company is migrating to the AWS cloud and wants to optimize the use of its current software licenses. Which AWS services, features, or purchasing options can the company use to meet these requirements? You need to choose two options here. Your options are Amazon EC2 dedicated hosts, AWS budgets, AWS compute optimizer, AWS license manager, or savings plan. To optimize the use of current software licenses when migrating to the AWS cloud, the company can consider the use of AWS license manager and Amazon EC2 dedicated hosts. Amazon EC2 dedicated hosts allow you to run instances on physical servers dedicated to your use. This can be particularly useful for bring your own license scenarios where you have existing software licenses that you want to use in the AWS environment. By using dedicated hosts, you can maintain compliance with your software licensing requirements. And then the AWS License Manager helps you manage your software licenses in the cloud. It allows you to define licensing rules, track license uses, and prevent overuses or non-compliance. This can help you make efficient use of your existing software licenses in an AWS environment. Next question. Which among the following are common stakeholders for the AWS Cloud Adoption Framework platform perspective? You need to choose two options. Your options are IT architects, chief financial officers, chief data officers, chief information officers, or engineers. And the two correct answers here would be IT architects and engineers. IT architects are often directly involved in designing and implementing cloud infrastructure and services. They play a critical role in ensuring that the cloud platform is well architected and aligned with business goals, whereas engineers, including DevOps engineers and system administrators, are responsible for implementing and managing the technical aspects of the cloud platform. They are key stakeholders in the platform perspective to ensure the successful deployment and operation of cloud resources. This is question number 226 of the series. A company wants to provide one of its employees with access to Amazon RDS. The company also wants to limit the interaction to only the AWS CLI and AWS software development kits. Which combination of actions should the company take to meet these requirements while following the principles of least privilege? You need to choose two options. And the option provided are create an IAM user and provide programmatic access only, create an IAM policy with administrator access and attach it to the IAM user, create an IAM user and provide AWS Management Console access only, create an IAM policy with Amazon RDS access and attach it to the IAM user, create an IAM role and provide AWS Management Console access only. Requirement of the question is to limit the interaction to AWS using CLI and SDK. In other words, employees shouldn't be able to access it using GUI, and the actions that will enable you to implement this requirement are create an IAM user and provide programmatic access only, and create an IAM policy with Amazon RDS access and attach it to the IAM user, which are option A and option D. Now let's look at why other options are incorrect. Option B grants admin access, which is too broad of a permission and doesn't follow AWS principle of least privilege, making it an incorrect choice. Option C and option E talk about management console access, which makes them incorrect as the key requirement is to limit the access to CLI and SDK only. A company previously lost data that was stored in an on-premise data center. To prevent or protect against future loss of data, the company wants to use AWS to automatically launch thousands of its machines in a fully provisioned state in minutes, in a format that supports data restoration. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? And the options are AWS Backup, AWS Storage Gateway, Cloud Endure Disaster Recovery, AWS Direct Connect. Cloud Endure Disaster Recovery continuously replicates your machines, including virtual machines, operating systems, system state configuration, databases, applications, and files into a low-cost staging area in your target AWS account and preferred region. In the case of a disaster, you can instruct Cloud Endure Disaster Recovery to automatically launch thousands of your machines in their fully provisioned state in minutes. Which of the following components must be attached to a VPC to enable inbound internet access? Internet gateway, VPC endpoint, NAT gateway, VPN connection. To enable inbound internet access to a virtual private cloud in AWS, you typically need to attach the internet gateway. Attaching an internet gateway to your VPC allows instances in the VPC to send and receive traffic directly to and from the internet. Let's move to next question. A cloud practitioner needs an Amazon EC2 instance to launch and run for 7 hours without interruptions. What is the most suitable and cost-effective option to accomplish this task? Your options are spot instance, reserved instance, on-demand instance, dedicated host. Correct answer here would be option C, on-demand instance. Even though spot instance could be least expensive, but that comes with a possibility of interruption, so won't be a correct choice in this case. Reserved instances and dedicated host won't have any interruptions, but would be costlier options in this scenario where instances only needed for 7 hours. So folks, based on the scenario given to you in the question, the choice of the effective option would always change. So make sure to spot the keywords in the question. Question number 230 of the series. Which AWS service is a cloud security posture management service that aggregates alerts from various AWS services and partner products in a standardized format? And the options are Amazon Guard Duty, AWS Security Hub, AWS Trusted Advisor, Amazon Event Bridge. AWS Security Hub is a service that provides a comprehensive view of your security posture across your AWS accounts. It aggregates, organizes, and prioritizes security findings from various AWS services as well as from AWS partner solutions. It presents these findings in a standardized format, making it easier to analyze and act upon security alerts. Question number 231 of the series. Companies using AWS Identity and Access Management, who among the following can manage the access keys of the AWS account root user? And the options being AWS Account Owner, IAM roles in any account that have been granted permission, IAM users in the same account that have been granted permission, IAM users and roles that have been granted permission. The management of access keys for the AWS account root user is restricted to AWS account owner only. Which Amazon S3 feature or storage class uses the AWS backbone network and edge locations to reduce latencies from the end user to Amazon S3? Your options are S3 standard infrequent access, S3 transfer acceleration, S3 cross-region replication, S3 event notifications. Correct answer here is S3 transfer acceleration. It uses CloudFront Content Delivery Network to accelerate uploads to Amazon S3. It leverages Amazon CloudFront's globally distributed edge locations to reduce latency and increase transfer speeds. This feature is particularly useful for large object uploads and can improve the speed at which users can upload data to a S3 bucket. Folks, before we move forward, as a reminder, if you have registered for the channel membership and looking to get PDF access, then email me at devopshub2023@gmail.com to gain access. The email ID is available on your screen as well now. You can reach out to me on the same email address if you want to book a career consultation session as well. Which of the following AWS service could an administrator use to provide desktop environments for several employees? Options being AWS Organizations, AWS Workspaces, AWS WAF, AWS Fargate. The AWS service that an administrator could use to perform desktop environments for several employees is AWS Workspaces. AWS Workspace is a fully managed desktop computing service in the cloud. It allows you to provision virtual cloud-based desktops for your users, providing a desktop experience on various devices. With Workspaces, administrators can easily scale and manage desktop environments for multiple employees, and users can access their desktops from anywhere with an internet connection. Question number 234 of the series. Which of the following statements are examples of a company's effort to right-size its AWS resources to control cloud costs? You need to choose two options. And the options are use multi-AZ deployments for Amazon RDS, switch from Amazon RDS to Amazon DynamoDB to accommodate NoSQL datasets, use Amazon S3 lifecycle policies to move objects that users access infrequently to lower cost storage tiers, replace existing Amazon EC2 instances with AWS Elastic Beanstalk, base the selection of Amazon EC2 instance types on past utilization patterns. And the correct answers are option C and option E. Let's now see why other options are incorrect. The first option, which is multi-AZ deployments, provides high availability and failover support in Amazon RDS, but is more related to ensuring system resilience than directly controlling costs, making it an incorrect choice. Option B is related to choice of database service and not necessarily a right sizing effort. DynamoDB and RDS cater to different use cases and performance requirements. Option D regarding Elastic Beanstalk is a platform as a service offering for deploying and managing applications, but doesn't specifically address right sizing of underlying resources, which is why it is also an incorrect choice. Company wants to receive alerts when resources that are launched in the company's AWS account reach 80% of their service quotas. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? Your options being AWS Trusted Advisor, AWS Config, AWS CloudTrail, Amazon Inspector. And the correct answer would be AWS Trusted Advisor. AWS Trusted Advisor is a service that provides real-time guidance to help you provision resources following best practices, optimize resources for better performance, and enhance security by identifying potential vulnerabilities. It also includes checks for service quotas and can alert you when you are approaching or exceeding certain resource limits. So folks, this is question number 236 of the series. A company is using AWS for all its IT infrastructure. The company's developers are allowed to deploy applications on their own. The developers want to deploy their applications without having to provision the infrastructure themselves. Which AWS service should the developers use to meet these requirements? Your options are AWS CloudFormation, AWS Code Build, AWS Code Deploy, AWS Elastic Beanstalk. In this case, the requirement is deploying application without having to provision the infrastructure themselves. And to accomplish these requirements, the developers should use Elastic Beanstalk, which is a fully managed service that simplifies the deployment and scaling of applications. Developers can upload their code and Elastic Beanstalk automatically handles the deployment details, such as provisioning the necessary infrastructure, which includes Amazon EC2 instances, load balancing, auto-scaling, and monitoring. It abstracts away the underlying infrastructure complexities, allowing developers to focus on writing code and deploying applications. Which of the following AWS service or tool lists all the users in an account and reports on the status of account details, including passwords, access keys, and multi-factor authentication devices? Options being AWS Shield, Amazon Inspector, IAM Credential Report, AWS Trusted Advisor. IAM Credential Report provides detailed information about the IAM users and their respective credential status, including password last use, access key activity, and MFA device information. It is a comprehensive report that helps administrators monitor and manage the security aspects of IAM users in an AWS account. Question number 238. A company has stopped all of its Amazon EC2 instances, but monthly billing charges continue to occur. Which of the following could be the potential cause of this? You need to choose two options. And your options are input-output charges, Elastic IP charges, operating system charges, Amazon Elastic Block storage charges, hardware charges. If Elastic IP addresses are associated with a stopped instance, they are subject to charges. Then the EBS volumes are billed separately from EC2 instances, and the charges continue as long as the volume exists. So it doesn't matter if the instance is stopped. A company needs to perform data processing once a week that typically takes about 5 hours to complete. Which AWS service should the company use for this workload? AWS Code Deploy, AWS Wavelength, Amazon EC2, AWS Lambda. Amazon EC2 would be the correct choice in this scenario. While AWS Lambda is a serverless computing service that is event-driven, but it has an execution time limit of 15 minutes. And the key requirement in this question is job is taking 5 hours to complete, making AWS Lambda as the incorrect choice here. So folks, even though when you move to cloud, you are encouraged that you should go ahead and use serverless computing, but it is very important that you analyze the scenario being talked about in this question. AWS Lambda is one of the mostly consumed service of AWS, but here the requirement is that you need to run a workload which will take around 5 hours. So AWS Lambda is not a correct choice and you will choose AWS EC2 for this requirement. Question number 240 of the series. A company provides Amazon workspaces to its remote employees. The company wants to prevent employees from using their virtual desktops to visit specific websites that are known to be malicious. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? Your options are Amazon Network Firewall, Amazon Route 53, AWS Shield Advanced, Amazon Guard Duty. AWS Network Firewall is a managed firewall service that allows you to filter and inspect traffic based on the rules you define. By using AWS Network Firewall, the company can set up rules to block access to specific malicious websites, providing an additional layer of security for the Amazon workspace environment. A user has a stateful workload that will run on Amazon EC2 for the next 3 years. What is the most cost-effective pricing model for this workload? Your options being spot instances, dedicated instances, on-demand instances, reserved instances. The most cost-effective pricing model in this case will be reserved instances. Reserved instances provide a significant discount compared to on-demand instances, as you can commit to a 1 year or 3 year term in exchange of lower hourly rates. That's why you would prefer reserved instances here over on-demand instances in this scenario. However, this choice will vary based on the scenario you have in question. So please ensure to read the scenario properly before answering such questions. Which of the following AWS service stores graph data in the form of vertices and edges? Your options being Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Neptune, Amazon RDS, Amazon Quantum Ledger Database, which is Amazon QLDB. The correct answer here would be Amazon Neptune. Let's look at next question. Which of the following AWS services or resources can a company use directly on its on-premise servers? You need to choose 2 options here. Your options are AWS CloudFormation, Amazon Cognito, Application Load Balancer, AWS OpsWorks, AWS Storage Gateway. And the correct answers are on your screen, which is AWS OpsWorks and AWS Storage Gateway. A large company has a workload that requires hardware to remain on premises. The company wants to use the same management and control plane services that it currently uses on AWS. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Options given are AWS Fargate, AWS Outposts, AWS Ground Station, AWS Device Form. The appropriate choice here would be AWS Outposts, which is fully managed service that extends AWS infrastructure, services, and tools to your on-premise facility. It allows you to run AWS compute, storage, database, and other services on your AWS hardware while still using the AWS management tools, APIs, and services. Question number 245. A company wants to limit its employees' AWS access to a portfolio of predefined AWS resources. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet this requirement? And options are AWS Config, AWS AppSync, AWS Software Deployment Kit, which is SDK, and then the last option is AWS Service Catalog. The correct answer here would be AWS Service Catalog, which allows organizations to create and manage catalogs of IT services that are approved for use on AWS. With Service Catalog, you can define and control which AWS resources and services are available to your employees, and you can set up constraints to manage resource configurations. This helps in ensuring that users only have access to resources that are part of the predefined portfolio. So folks, I hope this clarifies why AWS Service Catalog is the right choice in this case. Question number 246 of the series. A company needs to establish a connection between two VPCs. The VPCs are located in two different AWS regions. The company wants to use the existing infrastructure of the VPCs for this connection. Which AWS service or feature can be used to establish this connection? Your options being AWS Client VPN, VPC Endpoints, VPC Peering, and AWS Direct Connect. To establish a connection between two VPCs located in different AWS regions and use the existing infrastructure, you can use VPC Peering. VPC peering allows you to connect two VPCs and route traffic between them using private IP addresses. It is a networking connection between two VPCs that allows you to route traffic between them using private IP addresses, which can be IPv4 or IPv6. This is useful for scenarios where you want to share resources or communicate between applications in different regions, which is what is being talked about in this question. Which AWS service or feature identifies whether an Amazon S3 bucket or an IAM role has been shared with an external entity? The choices given are AWS Service Catalog, AWS Organizations, AWS Systems Manager, AWS IAM Access Analyzer. As the name indicates, AWS IAM Access Manager Analyzer is the correct choice here, and it helps you identify resources in your organization and accounts such as Amazon S3 buckets or IAM roles that are shared with external entities. Now, what it does is it uses automated reasoning to analyze policies and provide findings for resources that are shared with external principals. A company does not want to rely on elaborate forecasting to determine its usage of compute resources. Instead, the company wants to pay only for the resources that it uses. The company also needs the ability to increase or decrease its resource usage to meet business requirements. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework aligns with these requirements? Your options being security, cost optimization, reliability, operational excellence. Now, to summarize the given requirement, companies looking to save on costs and which aligns with the cost optimization pillar of well-architected framework. Let's look at another question, which is again related to the well-architected framework. A company has designed its AWS cloud infrastructure to run its workloads effectively. The company also has protocols in place to continuously improve supporting processes. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework does the scenario represent? Your options are security, cost optimization, reliability, operational excellence. This aligns with the operational excellence pillar of AWS well-architected framework. The operational excellence pillar focuses on operational practices and procedures that enable an organization to monitor, operate, and evolve its workloads effectively. It includes areas such as incident response, evolving procedures over time, and the use of automation to improve processes. Continuous improvement and the ability to respond to operational events are key aspects of the operational excellence pillar. Folks, if you are liking the content till now, then don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe the channel as well. Let's look at question number 250 of the series. A company has a physical tape library to store data backups. The tape library is running out of space. The company needs to extend the tape library's capacity to the AWS cloud. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? And your options are AWS Storage Gateway, Amazon Elastic Block Store, which is EBS. Then the third option is Amazon Elastic File System, which is EFS, and the last option is Amazon S3. AWS Storage Gateway is a service that can be used to extend the tape library's capacity to the AWS cloud. Storage Gateway is a hybrid storage service that allows users to connect their on-premise data centers to the AWS cloud. It provides a range of storage options, including file-based, block-based, and tape-based storage, which can be used to store data backups and other types of data. Next question. A retail company needs to build a highly available architecture for a new e-commerce platform. The company is using only AWS services that replicate data across multiple availability zones. Which AWS service should the company use to meet this requirement? You need to choose two options here. Your options are Amazon Aurora, Amazon EC2, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon EBS, Amazon Redshift. For building a highly available architecture in AWS that replicates data across multiple availability zones, you should choose service that offers cross-AZ replication. And the two services that meet this requirement from the provided options are Amazon Aurora and Amazon DynamoDB. Aurora is a relational database service that provides high performance and availability. It supports cross-AZ replication to enhance availability and fault tolerance. Whereas DynamoDB is a managed NoSQL database service that automatically replicates data across multiple AZs to ensure high availability and fault tolerance, making them as the correct choice in this scenario. Next question. A company has a critical application that runs at a remote site that has a slow internet connection. The company wants to migrate the workload to AWS. The application is sensitive to latency and interruptions in connectivity. The company wants a solution that can host this application with minimum latency. Which AWS service or feature should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are AWS Local Zones, AWS Outposts, AWS Wavelength, Availability Zones. For a manufacturing company with a critical application that is sensitive to latency and interruptions in connectivity, and given that the company wants a solution with minimum latency, the most suitable AWS service would be AWS Outposts. So folks, there are lots of keywords in this question which are pointing to what can be the correct solution. As I always say, it is very critical you find those keywords and your answer will be, it will be very easy for you to answer the questions. And now, AWS Outposts allow you to run AWS infrastructure on-premise to address specific latency and data residency requirements. It extends the AWS infrastructure to your on-premise location, providing a consistent hybrid experience. So folks, this is just the definition of AWS Outposts, which was tweaked in different words and written as a question in front of you. Question number 253. A company wants to use the AWS cloud to provide secure access to desktop applications that are running in a fully managed environment. Which AWS service should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are AWS AppSync, AWS Outposts, Amazon S3, Amazon AppStream 2.0. And the correct answer is Amazon AppStream 2.0, which is a fully managed application streaming service that allows you to stream desktop applications securely to users without the need for the applications to be installed locally on their devices. It provides a scalable and secure way to deliver applications to a variety of devices, including desktops, laptops, and mobile devices. A company is designing its AWS workload so that components can be updated regularly and so that changes can be made in a small reversible increments. Which pillar of the AWS well architected framework does this design support? Your options are security, reliability, performance efficiency, operational excellence. Keywords to answer this question are regular, small, reversible changes, which aligns with the operational excellence pillar of the well-architected framework. Let's look at one such similar question in a different form. A company simulates workflows to review and validate that all processes are effective and that staff are familiar with the processes. Which design principle of the AWS well-architected framework is the company following with this practice? Your options are refine operation procedures frequently, perform operation as code, structure the company to support business outcomes, make frequent small reversible changes. Here, the company is continuously trying to review and validate its processes for effectiveness, which aligns with the principle of refining operation procedures frequently. So, folks, there are different variations to the questions around well-architected framework. It is very critical that you should know all the pillars of the well-architected framework, as you can expect some questions around this in the AWS Cloud Practitioner exam. A company manages global applications that require static IP addresses. Which AWS service would enable the company to improve the availability and performance of its applications? Your options are Amazon API Gateway, AWS Global Accelerator, Amazon S3 Transfer Acceleration, Amazon CloudFront. And the correct answer here is AWS Global Accelerator, which is designed to enhance the availability and performance of applications by utilizing static IP addresses, also called as anycast IPs. The keyword in this question is you need to use static IP addresses, and that's why AWS Global Accelerator is the correct answer. It directs traffic over the AWS global network to optimal AWS endpoint locations based on health, geography, and routing policies that you configure. This helps in distributing incoming traffic across multiple endpoints, improving application availability, and providing low latency access to users. If you are interested in reading more about Global Accelerator, then there is a link on your screen now. Browse to the link and read more about it. Question number 257 of the series. A user has been granted permissions to change their own IAM user password. Which AWS services can the user use to change the password? You need to choose two options here. And the options given are AWS Command Line Interface, AWS Key Management Service, AWS Secrets Manager, AWS Management Console, AWS Resource Access Manager. And the correct answers are AWS Command Line Interface and AWS Management Console. You can use both of these services to change the IAM user password. Next question. A company needs to generate reports for business intelligence and operational analytics on petabytes of semi-structured and structured data. These reports are produced from standard SQL queries on data that is in an Amazon S3 data lake. Which AWS service provides the ability to analyze this data? And your options are Amazon Neptune, Amazon DynamoDB, Amazon Redshift, Amazon RDS. For analyzing petabytes of semi-structured and structured data stored in an Amazon S3 data lake using standard SQL queries, the most appropriate AWS service is Amazon Redshift. Amazon Redshift is ideal for large-scale data warehousing and analytics with support for SQL queries. So folks, in this question, there is a talk about data warehousing. There are many keywords in this question which are referencing to data warehousing. And the service which is used for data warehousing in Amazon or AWS is Redshift. So it is very important you identify the keywords properly and then you correlate it with the service that is relevant to that keyword. Question number 259 of the series. A company needs to deploy a PostgreSQL database into Amazon RDS. The database must be highly available and fault tolerant. Which AWS solution should the company use to meet these requirements? Your options are Amazon RDS with a single availability zone, Amazon RDS snapshots, Amazon RDS with a multiple availability zone, AWS Database Migration Service. To achieve high availability and fault tolerance, recommended approach is to use Amazon RDS with multiple availability zones or multi-AZ configurations. The other options, which is Amazon RDS with a single availability zone, does not provide the same level of fault tolerance as multi-AZ deployment. If the availability zone where the database is located experiences issues, there may be a downtime. So this will not meet the requirement of highly available and fault tolerant database. And then the next option, which is Amazon RDS snapshots. The snapshots are backup of the databases at a specific point in time. While they are important for backup and recovery, they don't inherently provide high availability or fault tolerance. And the last option, AWS Database Migration Service, is a service for migrating databases. While it can be used for certain scenarios, it's not specifically designed for providing high availability or fault tolerance, which is the key requirement in this question. Let's look at question number 260 of the series. Which of the following tasks is the responsibility of the customer according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Your options are patch Amazon RDS software, maintain the security of the AWS global infrastructure, maintain the security of the hardware that runs Amazon EC2 instances, patch the guest operating system of Amazon EC2 instances. Let's look at first option, which is patch Amazon RDS software. This task is responsibility of AWS. AWS manages and applies patches to underlying infrastructure and software that runs managed services like Amazon RDS. The second option is maintain the security of the AWS global infrastructure. This is the responsibility of AWS again. AWS is responsible for the security of the cloud infrastructure, including data centers, networking, and hardware that supports their services. And the third option, which is maintain the security of the hardware that runs Amazon EC2 instances, is again the responsibility of AWS, because AWS is responsible for managing the physical security of the infrastructure, including the hardware on which EC2 instances run. And the final option, patch the guest operating system of Amazon EC2 instances, is the responsibility of the customer. The customers are responsible for maintaining the security of their virtual machines, which is EC2 instances in this case, including patching the operating system, the guest operating system, configuring security groups, and managing applications and data. So folks, there can be multiple variations of this question itself. Here they are talking about patching the guest operating system, but there can be a variation where they can also mention configuring security groups, or even say managing the application data on Amazon EC2 instances. So I would highly recommend you to be across AWS shared responsibility model, as you can get multiple questions around it in your exam. And this part of the series will also have few questions around shared responsibility model. So without wasting much time, let's look at next question of this part of the series. An e-commerce company has migrated its infrastructure from an on-premise data center to the AWS cloud. Which cost is the company's direct responsibility? Your options are cost of the power for the AWS servers, cost of the application software licenses, cost of the hardware infrastructure on AWS, cost of physical security for the AWS data center. And the correct answer here is cost of application software licenses. Let's look at next question of this part of the series, which is question number 262. Which of the following are shared controls that apply to both AWS and the customer according to the AWS shared responsibility model? You need to choose two options. And your options are network data integrity, resource configuration management, physical and environmental security, replacement and disposal of disk drives, employee awareness and training. And the correct options are resource configuration management and employee awareness and training. With regards to resource configuration management, While AWS manages the security of the cloud infrastructure, customers are responsible for configuring and securing their own resources, including setting access controls, configuring security groups, and managing configurations. Now, with regards to employee awareness and training, AWS provides a secure cloud infrastructure, but customers are responsible for educating their personals on security best practices, managing access credentials, and ensuring that employees are aware of security policies and procedures. This is question number 263. Which is the least expensive AWS support plan that contains a full set of AWS Trusted Advisor best practice checks? Your options are AWS Basic Support, AWS Developer Support, AWS Business Support, and AWS Enterprise Support. Full set of AWS Trusted Advisor best practice checks is available to customers with business support plan or above. And the question talks about least expensive option. So the correct answer is AWS Business Support Plan. With AWS Basic Support Plan, only service quota and basic security checks are available. Next question. A global company is building a simple time tracking mobile app. The app needs to operate globally and must store collected data in a database. Data must be accessible from the AWS region that is closest to the user. What should the company do to meet these data storage requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Now, the keywords here are company needs to meet the data storage requirement with least amount of operational overhead. Your options are use Amazon EC2 in multiple regions to host separate databases, use Amazon RDS cross-region replication, use AWS database migration service, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. And the correct answer here is option D, use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. DynamoDB global tables provide a fully managed multi-region and highly available NoSQL database solution. With DynamoDB global tables, you can replicate data across multiple AWS regions, and the service takes care of the underlying replication and management. This allows your app to read and write data with low latency access from the regions closest to the user. Now, if you would have chosen option A, which is use Amazon EC2 in multiple regions to host separate databases, this option would have meant a lot of operational overhead. So, as I always say, the keyword in this question to identify the right option was avoid or probably least amount of operational overhead. That is why we have chosen option D, which is use Amazon DynamoDB global tables. Question number 265 of the series. How does the AWS cloud help companies build agility into their processes and cloud infrastructure? Your options are companies can access a range of technologies to experiment and innovate quickly. Companies can avoid provisioning too much capacity when they do not know how much capacity is required. Companies can expand into new geographic regions. Companies can pay for IT resources only when they use the resources. And the correct answer here is option A. Companies can access a range of technologies to experiment and innovate quickly. Let's look at next question. A company has a serverless application that includes an Amazon API gateway, an AWS Lambda function, and an Amazon DynamoDB database. Which AWS service can the company use to track user requests as they move through the application's components? Your options are AWS X-Ray, AWS CloudTrail, Amazon CloudWatch, and Amazon Inspector. And the correct answer here would be option A, AWS X-Ray, which is a distributed tracing service that helps developers analyze and debug applications. It allows you to trace user requests as they travel through various components of your application, providing insights into performance bottlenecks and dependencies between different services. So folks, there is a link on your screen at the moment. You can refer to this link to read more about AWS X-Ray. Question number 267 of the series. Which AWS service offers gateway VPC endpoints that can be used to avoid sending traffic over the internet? And you need to choose two correct options here. And you have been given 5 options, which are Amazon S3, AWS Code Build, Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon DynamoDB, and Amazon Simple Notification Service. The AWS services that offer gateway VPC endpoints allowing you to avoid sending traffic over the internet are S3 and DynamoDB. Next question. Which of the following is the customer responsible for updating and patching according to the AWS shared responsibility model? Your options are AWS Directory Service for Microsoft Active Directory, Amazon RDS for Microsoft SQL Server, Amazon Workspaces Virtual Windows Desktop, and Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. AWS recommends that you regularly patch, update, and secure the operating system and applications of your workspaces, which is option C. You can configure your workspaces to be updated by Workspace during a regular maintenance window, or you can update them yourself. You can browse through the link on your screen to read more about workspaces management. Next question. A company implements an Amazon EC2 auto scaling policy along with an application load balancer to automatically recover unhealthy applications that run on Amazon EC2 instances. Which pillar of the AWS well-architected framework does this action cover? Your options are reliability, security, performance efficiency, and operational excellence. The action of implementing an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling policy along with the application load balancer to automatically recover unhealthy applications that run on Amazon EC2 aligns with reliability pillar of the AWS well-architected framework. The reliability pillar focuses on the ability of a workload to recover from failures and meet customer demands by detecting and mitigating disruptions. Implementing auto-scaling and using a load balancer are strategies that enhance the reliability of the system by automatically adjusting the capacity to handle varying workloads and recovering from instances or components that may become unhealthy. So folks, let's look at question number 270 of the series. A company launched an Amazon EC2 instance with the latest Amazon Linux 2 AMI. Which actions can a system administrator take to connect to the EC2 instance? You need to choose two options here, and the given options are use Amazon Connect, use AWS Batch, use Amazon EC2 Instance Connect, use AWS Systems Manager Session Manager, use a remote desktop protocol connection. And the correct answers are use Amazon EC2 Instance Connect and use Amazon or AWS Systems Manager Sessions Manager. EC2 Instance Connect provides a simple and secure way to connect to instances using SSH, which is secure shell. It eliminates the need to manage SSH keys manually. You can connect to the EC2 instance directly through the AWS Management Console. Whereas AWS Systems Manager Session Manager allows you to manage your Amazon EC2 instances through an interactive one-click browser-based shell or through the AWS CLI. It provides a secure and auditable way to access instances. And that concludes our AWS Cloud Practitioner exam questions video. I trust that these questions and explanations have been valuable as you progress on your path to becoming an AWS certified cloud practitioner. Keeping in mind that thorough preparation is crucial and a solid understanding of the core concepts will not only benefit you in the exam, but also in your practical AWS ventures. If you found this video enjoyable and beneficial, please consider giving it a thumbs up and sharing it with your fellow aspiring cloud practitioners. Do not forget to subscribe to our channel for more insightful content, exam tips, and tutorials covering AWS and other exciting technologies. Feel free to share your comments, questions, or suggestions in the comments section below. We appreciate hearing from our community and are here to support your success.